All right, here we are for day 2.
Back again.
Yeah. How did you sleep? Did you sleep?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
These-
Hey, you have great days like yesterday. You get to go home and just wear off all that adrenaline and get what you can.
Yeah.
Excited for today.
Yeah. So who do we have here today? Which bands?
We have North Penn High School under the direction of Joe Santinello.
Okay.
We have Henderson High School from right here in Westchester under the direction of Kendra Woywood.
Okay.
And we have St. Mark's High School from Delaware.
Okay.
Wilmington, Delaware, under the direction of Stephen Andrew Lavish. So,
Okay.
different mix today.
Great. And so it's going to be Henderson High School that is going to be in the auditorium here.
Yeah.
And we are going to have the opportunity to see 3 different clinicians working with them. You and I don't do much. We just
Talking heads.
Yeah, that's it. You'd think they'd get better looking people for that, but but no, it's really neat that you get to see the same group working with 3 different people. Some will work on the same music, but in different ways, and the synergy and the differences is really great. The first person is going to be Dr. Hannah Morrison, who is the newest addition to the band family here. I saw her work yesterday. I was knocked out, like legitimately knocked out. Yeah.
She's 12.
It was really great.
Yeah.
What she was saying, how she was saying it, I was very impressed. Which I wouldn't be saying if it wasn't true.
Oh, for sure.
That's from 9:15 until 10:45, and then we have a quick break, and then we are going to see Dr. Mary Schneider, who's your out of town guest. Well, tell us, how do you know you guys are in the NBA together, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Mary and I have been friends for probably 20 years. She's director of bands at Eastern Michigan University, and we're delighted to have her in town.
So she will be working with them from 11 until 12:30. Then we have a 1-hour lunch break, and then at 1:30 there's actually a band director roundtable, which all of the 3 clinicians, you, and then the 3 high school directors will all be together talking about, I would imagine, band-related things.
We do. Yeah, it's always an interesting conversation. Organically kind of comes out of whatever the directors are talking about at dinner.
Yeah.
And we get to expand on that out here with the benefit of a lot of different experiences. So.
Yeah, that's great. And while they do that, I will actually be giving a clinic. Did I say who I was? I don't think I did.
I haven't gotten there.
There, yeah. My name is Andrew Hitz. I'm a clinician with Jupiter Band Instruments, XO Brass, and I will be giving a clinic to all 3 bands at once while the directors are all out here. And then there's one final session, which is a little bit shorter. That's a 1-hour session instead of an hour and a half. That's going to be Dr. Adam Gumbel, who is, of course, on the faculty here as well. And then we have the performance, which is from 3:45 until 4:30. One thing that is, and that features something that has been worked on from each of the bands, as well as a performance.
Yeah, we usually categorize that as a show and tell.
Right.
For those of you who are just tuning in this morning for the first time and didn't catch any of yesterday's session, I'm Andrew Yozviak. I have the privilege of being the director of bands here at Westchester University. And
I didn't introduce you either.
you know what? We're just going to roll with it.
I had like 2 jobs, and I didn't do either of them. But anyway.
Yeah, it's a very always a special event for us here because it's so different than a lot of the other things we do throughout the year, and a lot of different from what the bands do throughout the year. You're in your band room, you're preparing for performance, your assessments, whatever it is you do, and we usually only see the end result. This is a very front-end experience.
Right.
So the pieces the groups bring to this event are in different stages of the learning process.
Right.
A lot of them have just been put in the folders since the new year, so
Yeah.
we're right on the front end of things. And it's just a way to kind of roll up our sleeves, get our hands dirty a little bit, and offer some best practices. Feel very fortunate that the National Band Association is a sponsor for this event and values things like this.
Yes.
You know, like we could find the assessments, the adjudications, the back-end experiences all over the place. But the opportunity to bring your kids in and just, you know, have a concert band camp right at the beginning of the semester. I think it's a lot of great energy that you're kind of stockpiling for the semester.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well said.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Well, I could just add more words and not add any value, but I'm just going to. I think we got to get you in there, anyways. But yes, you'll be hearing more. I do want to thank JW Pepper for providing the stream today, and also I'll be sharing more about them and KHS America, who helped to make my appearance possible, and of course West Chester University and the Wells School of Music. But wanted to say that not only yesterday, but also previous years are all archived on YouTube. So I think if they go to the bands,
WCUPA bands, you could get a couple years worth of sessions here.
Yeah, and it's really neat. It's great to see the list of clinicians in action, and it's great. So, well, thank you for organizing all of this, and we're going to get you in to introduce yourself and everybody to the kids, and then we'll get started at 9:15.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you, Andrew. And to join us here for this event, our NBA National Band Association Wind Band Symposium. This is a very special event to us here at West Chester because it's so different from a lot of the other things we do throughout the course of the year. Most times, whether it's a marching band show in the fall, a music for all, concert band, adjudication festival, they're performance experiences where you've already done all the preparation. You're already ready to go. You know, like show us your best. This event is a little different because all of us find ourselves at different levels of getting to the end at this point in our development. And we are really lucky to have with us some truly outstanding clinicians who are going to work with you. So the challenge for everybody who's performing today is to take some information from all the clinicians and start to evaluate it. Are these things we talk about all the time? Is this a different idea that's being introduced to us for the first time? If it's a different idea, how might we be able to employ this? Like, is this something we're going to be able to use? Or do we already do something like that but have different language for it? You know, so like, be critical about the information you're taking in, because what you're going to have as you leave today is this toolbox full of things that you're going to be able to kind of pull out as you prepare for the rest of your programming in the spring. So I'd like to take a minute just to introduce the people we have with us. Our guest clinician today from Eastern Michigan University. Please welcome Dr. Mary Schneider. We have Westchester's own, our Director of Athletic Bands, Dr. Adam Gumble. And the newest addition to our staff, you're going to love, absolutely love working with her. Please welcome Dr. Hannah Morrison. You're also going to be treated after lunch today with a master class from Andrew Hitz of Jupiter Music Instruments, XO Brass, and tuba player extraordinaire. Give it up for Andrew. And a couple other people I'd like to introduce you to as the day progresses. If you need to figure out how to get somewhere or you need something, our two graduate assistants, Jacob Springer and Evan Gartner, they're going to be your go-to folks to help you with anything you need around the Wells School of Music. So, thank you, guys. I will talk at you all morning if you let me, but there are more important things we need to be doing today. So I'm going to introduce the group so everybody knows who's here and get you on your way. So could everyone please welcome from Delaware, St. Mark's High School. And their band director, Stephen Andrulavich. Under the direction of Joseph Santinello, the North Penn High School. What are we, wind ensemble? Wind ensemble. Good. And from right here in town, they walked to the event. Love it. Under the direction of Kendra Woywood, Henderson High School. Good. Good. All right, so just a little geography as we get you rolling. We're going to reconvene here at the end of the day to do, we don't really call it a performance as much as a show and tell, because we're probably not going to have a polished thing at this point. But when we perform for each other at the end of the event, you'll be sitting here in the audience watching the other groups. As you take the stage to perform, you're going to go right through that door there that says exit, and right behind that wall is a hallway that leads right up here. All right, so when we enter the stage from the seating, we'll go right through that door. Anytime we exit the stage, we'll go through that back corner right out there. And if you're coming back into the hall, you'll go through the back door right around into the hall. So we just end up with a big circle, so we're not getting balled up with things. Okay? All right, so Henderson High School, you will be up here on stage. Why don't you find your way through that exit door and come right up.
It's nice to see you all again. I can't wait to see you again a little bit when Liberty wins. Youth Swim Symphony Round 2 comes this spring, and even more of you. Yeah, hey, this is a really cool day. We got to experience it a little bit yesterday with 3 different groups. Now we get to experience it today with you all. So I hope you take as many things away from today as possible. And look, one of the things is not like, I'm not going to think, on this one particular piece, I need to quote, fix everything, and we're going to leave, and it's going to be saved and done and great, okay? Those are the things you're going to learn. Think about concepts. What can I learn big picture? What can I learn so I can go practice my tuba and practice it in a more effective way? Or same thing, copy and paste with every instrument in the room, all right? So find those things and steal things that you love that you see other groups do or that you hear this week, so, or today. We're going to have fun. I'm going to watch a little bit, observe, and then I'll kind of pop in as needed. So great to see you all. In your warm-ups, Nice. Can I pop in for a second? Yeah. Okay. Hey, how many of y'all, this is like a bigger hall than you normally play in? Like your rehearsal space? Yes. Okay. Nice. How many of you like can hear the difference? Can you hear the difference? Yes. Can you feel the difference? Like all of a sudden you're like, ah! And maybe you're doing something differently. When I go to a new space, one of the things I like to see, and I love exactly what you're saying here, is I'm going to try and mimic exactly how it feels in my band hall. That's how I'm going to start. And then start to get to learn the space. Sometimes you see people doing this number. Right? And you can hear what's happening after the sound, and then you start to adjust as needed. It's like someone that's checking the wind for a golf shot, okay? And they do this, they throw the leaf up, and then they watch it, oh, okay, all right, so I need to adjust this little bit. But it's not drastic. Can we try just a concert F again? Concert F, I'm gonna sneak up here because I'm also average height. I'm average height, just so you know. Here we go, concert F, please. I love the breath that you took. Great breath. Can we see if we can take in just a little bit more air? Okay, everybody in the room. And then when you play this note, you're gonna have to resist the urge to like move like crazy. So if there's some sort of like, ah, I have to itch or I have to move, or you have to see what's going on. Right now, let's let our focus be communicating with each other. Team as we have right here. Here we go. Even before we start, still. Did you hear the difference in the note start? Yeah, look, all it takes is that silence before. It's like this. Ah, then you can hear the squeaking that happens in this hall. Right, you start to hear more about the specific space. Okay, let's bump up our volume 15%. So let's say you were playing right now a volume 4 out of 10. Let's go to 6 out of 10. Here we go. Good for you. Now think about if you were, what grade? 9th grade? Raise your hand if you're 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. Good. All right, yeah. Go back to like yourself as a 4th grader. Is that when y'all started? 4th grade? Okay, go back to yourself as a 4th grader. Some memories we want to remember, some things we're like, I'm glad I'm not a fourth grader anymore, okay? And I want you to think about what were the items that you told, the little nuggets of gold about your instrument, corners in, tongue up, like all these little hints and tricks, and I want you to hone on it individually. So you're gonna elevate your individual tone up just a little bit. Some of you will probably take in more air this time too. Here we go. Teach your fourth grade self. Individual adjustments, and now the ensemble's starting to sound even more full, all right? Here's our next little game. We're gonna do that concert F. We're gonna play it, again, a little bit higher, just default for level 5 out of 10. When you see this is like ideal balance of a band, which means what? Raise your hand. What does that mean? If I'm a wind player, ideal balance of a band. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So at the bottom of the pyramid, we have our low voices, and then we ascend, okay? The only adjustment I like to make with that is trumpets. Sometimes you're playing in a soprano range or maybe alto. You can still lead, so we can have that trumpet sound leading the band. Everyone else, so we're trying to fit into this. And then our voices right here, you want to listen back to what you hear. Then when we go like this, we're going to flip it so that we can hear what we don't want to do. You're going to hear it, and some of you, like your eyes are going to twitch. I'm going to see it, I promise you. I want you to hear that. And then we'll go back to what you think that perfect balance is. Got it? Here we go. Concert F. Okay, good. You're so kind. Wait, you're so kind. We like, let's do a bad balance. You're like, okay. A little bit louder? No, make it like, let's go, let's make more contrast. It's gonna apply to your music too. Okay, so great balance, and then very much what you don't wanna do. Back to what's really ideal. Here we go. Did you hear minor differences between the first perfect balance? I don't like the word perfect. The first aim for a great balance versus the third one. Did you hear the minor differences? Yeah, I love doing this. Like, find the airs. If you're ever having a weird issue, if I'm like squeaking on any of our single reed instruments or any instrument, try and find a way to mimic that so you know, oh, it's because these corners are just really relaxed. Find a way to mimic it, and then you can know what to do to make it really not happen. Okay, same idea for balance. I love getting to do that. I like that the lows sang a little bit more, and the tenor voice, this mid voice, our mid voices were more projected. Okay, it's always fun to get to play loud too. Like, enjoy those moments. All right, let's go back to the Remington, the number 1. Yeah, can we do that one more time? And with this concept in mind, you have an incredible conductor. Can we just communicate more? Can you get your eyes up? And it's like a team thing. It's not just one person dictating. Let's find time together so that we can move together. Let's try that. Is going to be 15% louder. Good, y'all, if we did louder and it was like, whoa, what are the tones that are coming out of your instruments, then we would have a different discussion. Okay, but you're making beautiful sounds, we just need to make more. And let's take the opportunity when you get to play in a big space like this just to fill up your instrument a little bit more. Okay, hey, did you play closer together? Yes, shake your head up and down, you definitely did. What were you thinking more? Any hands? What made the difference this time as opposed to the first time? Yeah. Breathing together, yes, I love that. Hey, in percussion, you're gonna join us on that. So you can actually take a breath with your wind players. It's good for you to, keep air going in and out of your body so that you don't pass out or anything. What else? What'd you do differently? Yeah. You were listening a lot more closely, so that's going to help not only pitch, but you're also probably counting through any sustain more closely, and that's one of the biggest things, right? Do this. Start from the beginning again. We're going to have a little groove. And I'm going to sing this as you're going. That's just a way to subdivide. That's all we're doing. Going from the top, here we go. Percussion, this will help when you come in from a rest. 1, 2, from the top, 2, and ready, and... Hey, y'all, put a groove with things, yes? Okay, now not all music is groove-oriented. Sometimes we play things slow and beautiful. But what we did is we just subdivided at the moments, and we were able to get here together. Did you hear the difference? Okay, that's huge. If you've done Liberty Wins, I do the same thing, right? Like this idea of groove is a lot more exciting than 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and pause and go, and, right? Give yourself a groove as we're going through. Let's do one more different activity, exercise. The one you just played is called Remington. Everybody say Remington? Remington. So this is actually based off of a trombone player. Anne-Marie Remington, and the idea was that you're getting a better idea of where do I need to place the slide. Okay, works beautiful for everyone in the band, right? Let's do a different one for fun.
Yeah, can we jump to a chorale?
Ooh, yes.
Chorale that.
I'm gonna come and hang over here. Default sound's gonna be fuller than we've been doing before. Yeah, big fan of the subtle release midway through that. Yeah, new chorale to me, same idea. Hey, the release that y'all did in the middle, yeah, that's sort of like carrying over a sound, right? Same idea, good. We're going to be silent before we start this thing, and make that also physically silent. I don't want you to think I have to play an instrument like this. I don't mean that, okay? But we do need to start from here, so then we have somewhere to go. Okay, can we just start it?
Yeah.
Or we'll play it again. Sure. Okay. All of it louder. Ready, go. Still. Yeah, then stay froze out there. Yeah. Did you see the difference on the first note when we were still? It's like that extra split second, y'all. Hey, and what it does for the audience, I said this yesterday too, it makes the audience go like this. They're like, what? And then go. Okay, so anytime we have the opportunity to get them engaged, then it makes it exciting for not just the people on stage, but also them. And we care about them too. Okay, much progress on that. I'm gonna steal something from a mentor of mine and so apply. Can we play the very first note? Very first note. Just a nice level 5 out of 10. Here we go. Ready? And. Nice, right? Okay, now we're going to change our dynamic. 5 here. 10 is the max that you can go. Hey, and right now for this ensemble, I want your 10 to be almost too much. In fact, if you go too much, cool. And then opposite end of the spectrum, 1. And what I talk about with Wind Symphony here at Westchester is 1 should be that balance between no sound and as minimal sound as I can make it. Okay, clarinets, you can rock this. All right, here we go, level 5. Ready, and. can talk about that extreme, okay? Were there some weird things with pitch? Shake your head up and down. Yes, fine, we can make those adjustments, right? But I didn't feel like, unless you did, that anyone was like, that's a sound I don't want to hear here, right? So you're putting yourself in a place where you can show contrast in music. That's the idea there. Okay, go back to 5. I know some of you want to really go for it. Have at it. 5 and... getting to steal this from people. When we did 1, we got there, I showed 4 and 3. I was like, wow, we're already getting really soft. And then we did 2 and 1. We're like, where are we going to go? Okay, and then we went back to 5, and it was like a nice 3. You see the idea here? So kind of understanding where is that default going to be? Where are we going to live in the land of mezzo forte, mezzo piano, kind of right there, so that we can actually show, hey, this is a forte moment. This moment means forte or fortissimo, and this moment means piano or pianissimo. Okay, can we go back to that? Go back to 3. What you feel like is a 3. Volume 3. Stillness, be still. Hey, I want you to save that volume 1. It's cool that we can do that. Okay, you want the tone to always be there, yes? Yeah, we always want that tone to be there, and so we want to support. What are some tips? Again, teach your 4th grade self, or if you have a sibling or you know someone that's in 4th grade, what are tips to make our instrument sound as best as possible at a volume 1 and a volume 10? What tips do you have? Yeah?
Having good breath control.
Yeah, having good breath control. And by the way, when you get softer, don't let the breath get so slow that the note goes flat, right? Flute friends? Oh yeah. What else? What else? Yeah? Not squeezing the 6. Yeah, I love that. I love that tip. And hey, look, I love that we're involving all of y'all, you incredible people back there, in this same process right here. Okay, what else? One more. From a brass player. I'm coming at you, brass players. I'm a brass player. Yeah, trombone. Yeah, and what I like, yeah, so making sure that the corners are staying firm is what I like to think. Or what I also like to think is the inside of my mouth, the vowel shape, right? If I'm changing how I'm playing dynamically, I might have to make small adjustments. Everyone say, oh. Oh. Do you feel how tall your mouth is when you say, oh? Oh. Like Macaulay Culkin, Home Alone? Yeah, okay, right? And then everyone say, E. E. Yeah, even your face does this number. If I'm a clarinet player, I'm keeping my tongue up as I'm playing, right? Okay, so your vowel shape can change quite a bit. When I think lower register, I think a little bit more O. And when I think upper register as a brass player, I think a little bit more A and E if I'm going up high. For our low voices, you want to default to something that's pretty tall and open and space between the teeth. Okay, just some good things. Let's play all the chorale. Bear with me. I get the idea here.
Hey, one small note just before you
Yes.
begin. Bar 4, those that change on beat 3, you can bring that out a little bit more. It almost sounds like a mistake. Lean into that a little bit more and change the harmony.
I love that. Find the gold in every piece. Right, here we go from the beginning. That'd be nice. Here. Default to level 5. Think about it. Why? For kicks and giggles. No. Okay, hey, look. Fundamental time, this time that we get to spend on here is so that we can transfer it to our music, right? So let's go a little bit different. I'm a new person on the podium. We're going to learn how we communicate. Let's try something different and show a level that goes from volume 2 to at least 7. Here we go. I'll try and be clear. I won't try, I will. Here we go. Yes? Yeah, it's interesting. Now, you're not going to do it that way every time. Okay, there's various things you can work on it. Did I spook you on that last note? Yeah, I started, you see, yeah, I know, conductor. Hey, you're going to figure out how to make these adjustments and then how you can get more air in. If you ever see a conductor do this number, it's probably like, hey, the note's going flat. Let's stay elevated. It's good for a conductor too, okay? That's fun. Let's go to, let's dive into some music.
Yeah,
Whatever. Yeah. Hey, y'all are awesome.
Oh, shit.
Thank you. Cut it out. Cut it out. I know, I love it. We're going to keep a tally. We're going to have to watch out. Yeah, all right. Now, do you know where Carol Britton Chambers is from? She's from Texas. I'm so excited because that's also where I'm from. That's where I grew up. Was Texas is what I'll say. Yeah, this piece was written in honor of a director from Irving, Texas, which is near, we'll say, the Dallas area is what we'll give you, kind of context. Just so you have an idea of where these pieces come from, kind of the heart behind it. Yeah? You have a question? Yes?
What? Yeah, can you check? Thank you.
Yeah, I like that default. This is a beautiful piece. Yeah, there's a lot of beautiful moments, and I know too we're working with different numbers and stuff here. Anytime that you're playing, again on this hall, default to a little bit more sound, and that's going to support any connection of note. Okay, what is our key of this? What key are we starting in here? B flat, yes, yes. Yeah, okay, so hey, can we play your concert B flat scale? Can we do this? You're going to watch here. Here we go. Any octave, up and down. I'll give you every note. Yes. Sorry, you do it differently. We all do it differently. Da, dee, da, da. Got it. Straight quarter notes. I'll give you each quarter. Ready? lyrical and smooth as possible. So no articulation, unless we have to, trombones, right? Lyrical articulation. Do, 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 do. Like you're in space, like you're underwater, like you're something where it's just as connected. Slurred, here we go. 1, 2, ready? Slurred but not softer. Slurred but not softer. Oh, slow music is slow or soft. Loud music is fast. 1, 2, ready? Dwa, 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 dwa. Say that with me. 2, ready, go. Dwa, 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 dwa. Cool, now we're never gonna do that again. Da, 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 da. Say that with me. 2, ready, and go. Da, 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 da. Yeah, you get the idea, good. So I like to think of this, y'all, rather than my air going like this. Huh, 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 huh. My air goes like this. And all I have to do is move my fingers and keep the air going. Okay, can we try that? Slurred. Less this, more this. 2, ready? Okay, especially in the front row, I heard a difference in how we're treating. Y'all, what you're doing is you're creating line rather than just a whole bunch of individual notes. Does that make sense? Okay, so this beautiful piece, look over this piece. You see the massive amount of slurs that you have throughout it? Okay, what I would love to do in any sort of a piece as I'm playing, I'm a horn player, as I'm playing, I might identify one note in a particular set of bars, maybe it's 4, maybe it's 8, that's the most important, and every other note's either gonna go to it or away from it. So I'm finding these high points, like finding the peaks so that I can have the valleys too. Let's start, measure, 16. Someone read my mind. Oh, low brass, measure 14, 15 when you play and rehearse these with everybody. Those are juicy moments, like those are good. Yeah, it's notes that are outside of the key signature, and so we want to lean into them a little bit more. But let's go 16. A slur being this instead of, well, it's going to make a huge difference. Okay, what's your name?
Heidi.
Heidi. Heidi, I feel like we'd be cool friends. Would you mind, Heidi, playing for us right at 16? Yeah. Okay, hey, and Heidi has this written under your music where it goes woo, crescendo to the second bar. So let's do what Carol Burton Chambers advises us. And let's go to the downbeat of the second bar, meaning that very first note. Dee, da, 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 whatever the melody is as we go. Okay, try it. Yeah, you treated the first note different. Okay, now as you keep going with those eighth notes, I want you to keep thinking about connecting and not just a little bit of footballing on some of the notes. Try it one more time. More growth. Did you hear the last two notes? Last three. Okay, that's completely different. Will you shuffle for Heidi? Shuffle for Heidi. That's like the musician's way of saying great job. Yeah, hey, so this idea of slurring, y'all, even if you're a freshman, if you're a senior, if you are the students in the Wind Symphony, Wind Ensemble, any of the groups here, we work on the same thing, trying to make sure it's musical over line and not at individual notes. Who plays at 16 but you're not Heidi? Wave at me. Yeah, your job is then to support the direction that Heidi gets, right? So if Heidi goes here, you don't need to overwhelm that, and you're not right now. You're gonna support it in a way that's musical, and then fade. All right, let's try that together. It's teamwork. Let's work again at 16. Yeah, we'll go the whole phrase, 16 to the next box number. creating a story beyond just one note. I love this, okay? We've got oboe solo, then we've got horn solo, and then we've got trumpet solo. How many of you know the order of solos? Raise your hand if you know the order that happens of these solos. Okay, you're gonna start at 16, we'll keep going. Your job now is to think beyond your music. So if we were to stop, like freeze frame, whoop, you could say, Heidi has the melody right now. Freeze frame, trumpet has melody right now. So everybody needs to know who the most important person is. Okay, try it one more time for 16. For 2 bars, Heidi. Yeah, all right. That's it. Yeah. Okay, good. So did you hear about halfway through? Did you hear the horn solo? I saw some of you like doing this for the first time. You're like, I'm going to hear it by looking back at them. Yeah, not the worst idea in the world. You're communicating. Hey, you just got to make yourself more aware. Now, as a full ensemble, we're going to default, and I think this is exactly what Ms. Waywood said, we're going to default to everything being stronger. I don't want to scare off our accompaniment all of a sudden. Let's just be aware what's going on, but keep it at full. Let's start right at the trumpet solo or 22, somewhere around there. Yeah. Because it's so cool. Okay, and the more comfortable you get with this, the more you're gonna, hey, your goal is to make sure that the pacing of the crescendo starts from here, and then through all the technique, through all the sustains, through the brass chorale that's gonna lead us, we're gonna go here, 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 and we made it. Okay, in general, if you could put a little bit more, I'm gonna say the word spin, or direction, or growth, or something in your sustain notes, then it's gonna make it feel like you're getting to a point. Does that make sense? Yeah, great job on the trumpet solo. Yeah, same idea with these, yeah, shuffle for your trumpet friends, thank you. Same idea with the ends of your phrases. Your decay is really nice. If you can delay that decay a little bit, then we'll hear the resolution of that melody. Okay, lots of good things. Everyone say smooth and connected slurs.
Smooth and connected slurs.
Right, we're starting to get the concept. Do this number, and you have to make the like really romantic face, okay. Something that's smooth and connected. We're going to achieve that with air and connecting our notes, and we'll keep working through this. Okay, I'm going to take a slight pause. Dr. Yos, am I passing it off to you, or you can rehearse whatever you want? Yeah, louder on that forte moment. Okay, all right, I'll be back. Y'all are awesome.
All right. So, Dr. Morrison, what piece is that you were just working with?
Oh, is it? I'm gonna miss the title here. It's a Carol Britton Chambers piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not. It's
Where the Waters Meet. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah,
Good.
it's the first time getting to hear that piece.
Sorry, I just sprung that on you.
No, you're good. You're good.
I could have told you that I was going to ask you that. Yeah, it's a beautiful piece.
Yeah.
You were just talking to them about doing less of this and more of this, and you were really effective in getting them to do it.
Yeah.
Can you break down a little bit like
Sure.
what you did?
I think it starts from like the horn player inside of me, or the brass player, where it's these students working and aiming for, okay, how musical can I be?
Right.
But that music comes at each note, da, da, da. And so I think of a couple ways I like for them to feel what it's like with their air and mimic it. Sometimes we'll have them do that, even if it transfers to like a sizzle or something so that they're feeling it. I also love conducting with students. I think I might have mentioned this before, but it's another way for them to see visually, hey, this is what the audio sounds like.
Right.
How can we get it to sound like this? And kind of give them a concept that's beyond just their instrument in their hand.
Right.
It worked really well for these students. You can kind of keep rolling, especially the younger students, and actually have them play, a single note or play it on just straight air through their instrument and feel it. It helped too that there's a senior oboist that's willing to take a pause and experiment and go back and forth.
Right.
And then the rest of the kids can see that.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my experience, it's very. It feels very musical to do a swell on one note, like just over and over and over again.
Yep.
But to the listener, it feels like your seatbelt is just locking
Right.
constantly
Yeah.
because
Oh,
the
I like
brakes
that
are getting
analogy.
slammed on,
Yeah.
and so it's. So it feels like you're making music, but you're not, which
Right.
is like a different problem than just like not making
Yes.
music.
Yeah, absolutely.
I liked how you got them thinking more along those lines. And sometimes I use the sentences, words versus sentences, and about how speech we don't ever think about flow. But obviously operating a wind instrument is something that's a lot harder to do than speaking.
Right,
So,
right.
although this morning the intro with Andy, I was struggling. So
Yeah, absolutely.
it was like
I
I
understand
didn't say either of our names. Like it was a mess. But that's what the lower third
Happy
is
day
for.
two.
Yeah,
Happy
exactly.
Saturday.
Anyway, all right. Well, let's get you back in
All
there.
right,
All right.
great.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So right out of the gate, was that an intentional entrance into sound, or was it? Right. She's giving you a couple beats. Little voice in my head is going three and boom. Right. The intentional. Try to. Yeah, great conductor. Let it read. In all musicians' case, stop a rep to say that was awesome, right? Knew it was going to be awesome, even when you took your breath. Did you hear it? Yeah. She did. Jean. We heard that. I was like, our work is done. That's going to be a great entrance. All right. Copy paste that. Try that again. I'll let you keep going this time. You already know you're great, right? Carol Britton Chambers is incredible. Let her work come through. Those horn lines, damn. I would play horn just to be able to play those lines, and we don't need to be shy. You're already at a disadvantage because your bell is facing the wrong way, right? Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Wow. I can't wait to hear you at the, did you do the MFA this year?
Yeah.
When's your assessment? Okay, well, let me know when the concert is.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'm bringing junior. My little guy is third grade at Hillsdale. He's playing bass right now. He's a budding French horn player because I don't think his mother would let him play anything else. But yeah, it's still good for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm excited.
Everybody wants to play horn. I get it. I get it. I get it.
All right, you're done with me. Get back to the exciting person.
That's not true.
Just to back it up and play it
That's
through a
beautiful.
little
Can we
bit.
go to that caesura that we just stopped?
Yeah, right there.
Yes, a little bit. Let's get into that.
46.
Yeah, where does it go?
We just stopped
Here. Okay, that's perfect. Sure, those 4 measures. 46. And this last note, you could probably even give it a little bit more length if you wanted to, almost like it's fermata. That last note really should be, we've already talked kind of this idea, but it should be like you're giving someone a gift, and then you're not going to give it to them. You're going to hold it for a second. And then we're going to do that solo, whoever has the solo next. And then we'll gently pass it to them. Okay, so we should entice the audience enough through the crescendo, make sure it's actually saying something, and then we'll give it to them. Let's try it. Give you a gift later.
46.
Actually, I don't have any. Almost. Yeah. Good. Thank you for covering this today. Yes, you're right. Good. I'm sorry I stopped you right there. Okay, we gave them a gift, but it was like secretly a piece of coal hidden in it. It's like not the gift you want. Yeah. So we need the intensity of the piece. We got to, let's say we got to volume 5.5. Let's get to a 8. Let's actually get to an 8. That means it's going to take more air, like we were talking about. You're going to actually need to take in more air so we can let air out. All right, try again. Same spot.
Yeah, study on the long notes too. Cutting it out.
Upper voices, you don't have to be the ones to lead this because your notes go really high. So our like row 2, 3, 4 can help us lead.
Yeah, that's cool. 46.
3 and 4. Yeah, closer. That's closer to the idea. Yeah, your gift is beyond cool now. We're at something happy and positive from like 5 below. Yeah? Okay, now your goal is to get it to, I don't know, something real fancy. Wherever, Target, yeah. Target, excuse me. Okay, we're getting a gift from Target. And percussion, your voice, your color, anything that's, do we have a suspended symbol into that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can give just a little bit more juice through that. The writing of percussion is very intentional in this, so anytime it's highlighted, we're gonna let it go. Timpani, zzz, a little bit more. Okay. The forte piano right here, anybody play baseball? No? Okay, anybody watch baseball? Anybody know what the game of baseball is? Yeah. Okay, all right, making progress here. Okay, good. If you see someone really like just nail a home run, you know that the ball is going out of the park as soon as it goes off the bat, right? You hear this kind of crack right there, that little bit of a crack that you hear. The articulations in this piece are not that. That we can use for our celebration. The articulations in this piece are like, I don't know, it can still be strong, maybe like pickleball, okay? You can still make a great contact, great impact, great idea. You're still gonna make sure that that forte piano says something with your dynamic, but not your tongue. Does that make sense? So everyone say, ta! Ta. I'll let you give it to you, here we go, ready? And, ta! Okay, now say, ta! Ready? And, ta! There's some like flutter tongue. That's cool. Okay. Now I want you to say da. Ready? And da. With the same amount of energy. Ready? And Da. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, look, if we were to call, we should. Let's play that forte piano. Mm-hmm. Play it how you just articulated it. Da, it's weight. It's like a bowling ball rather than smacking a baseball.
Yeah, start right off forte piano.
Louder. Not more tongue. Louder. Fuller. I don't want to take away from the moment that this is. So when we start taking away tongue, it takes away volume. We want to not associate those two together. So let's make it a lighter tongue. If you want to think the word da, or even if you want to try just an air start, something like that. So we still get the volume and the impact without it being like that. Okay? Let's keep going. Actually start it
from 46.
Yeah, cool. Hey, that's something you're gonna like save to work on. Deal? That forte piano. Yeah?
Singing 46.
Beautiful. Hey, last 51 to the end, just so you know, it's written mezzo piano, not piano. So what we just played was like timid with a question mark. Can you make it a confident mezzo piano? Everybody can play up a little bit more. I think that would be totally appropriate. Okay? You're going to try something on your own real quick, and then we'll move to another piece and kind of play. The very last note you have, okay? Your job right now, and I'll give you like 27 seconds to do this. Your job is to try it 3 separate times where you're exiting, da. Exit into nothing, literally nothing. Okay, try it 3 times, see if you can get it as elegant as possible. No, da, ah. Okay, my note even went sharp, right? So make sure that you're not letting tension add. Elegant, try it on your own, 3 separate times, go ahead, like individually. I'd let it sit for a little bit moment. Yeah, I think it's implied so that the percussion rings a little bit more. And then go. Yeah. That's pretty, because you don't have much suspension. Okay, we were talking, so I didn't hear you, so it's up to your accountability. How many of you got better with each time you did it? How many of you have one that you're like, ooh, my second release is the one that I want to copy and paste? Or my third release, you have one that you want? Okay. Steal from your clarinet friends who can do this really elegantly. Yeah, especially if in a register that works really well for us. Just a casual fist bump, yeah. So let's play that last note. Here we go. Yeah, not the end of the world that we didn't stop together. It's okay. In an ideal world, y'all can relax. In an ideal world, the last voice we want to hear is what? Do you know? Yeah, or we'll say any bass voice. Like if it were to be tuba, if it were to be our string bass, yeah. Okay, we can make this go. Would you give us just give us a down bow and show what the end of your note is, full bow. Oh, yeah, shuffle for your bass friend. Okay, your turn. Ready, here we go. Oh, golly, you can do it. Oh, golly gee, here we go. Different? Yes. More work that we can do later on? Yes. Okay. What is happening to our pitch? Can you hear it? Okay. What is happening to our balance? We're not hearing the presence of root 5, 3 like we want to hear it. Okay, so hey, all of these things, this is why the beautiful thing that we do called music and artistry and all of this, it's like a lifelong thing that we get to be better at, right? We're working on the same exact concept in Wind Symphony. Okay, Winds, if you can transfer that and work on it a few times, we as musicians often, maybe this isn't you, but we don't practice softs and releases as much as we practice loud and fast and all that fun stuff. So take some time. That's what's gonna make this piece beautiful, and that's what our aim is. Cool? Good work on this. Thanks for spending time early on Saturday. Let's go to here?
Sure.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, yippee!
Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. Fantastic. Let's play a little bit because they've been stopping really great. Good. You got it. Chance to kind of get to play. Thanks for stopping and starting a lot too. That's a cool part about today. A couple of things. I just want to highlight some things that I love. There's actually some like natural movement that y'all are doing. Makes it really engaging. You can do that in all pieces without being super distracting. Bass voices, the lightness, from where I was standing right here. That's what we're aiming for. Good, nice for the whole team. Bassoon included, all the above. Even Barry, yes, when you have it right here. Let's go to the intro. I would love to know, can we just play, please, measure 1 to 10. 1 to 10. And your job is to figure out who in the world is the most important. 1 to 10. And it might change throughout. Let's try it. Whoa. It's not just the trumpets. Oh. The trumpets. But hey, raise your hand if you play on beat 1. Who plays on beat 1? Okay, look, you're important. What makes like a celebration? Jazz hands. You're the jazz hands. Okay. So can we let's play this 20% stronger at the beginning, and then we're just going to come away a little bit so that we can clear the stage for the group number that's happening behind you. Let's hear just the trills and percussion on beat 1. Keep going. 1, 2. didn't know. That's fine. So hey, look. Hit your trill. Then you're going to keep going, and you can start the trill faster than I just sang it. Keep the trill going. At the very end of your note, give it a little bit more direction before you play the 16th notes, and that's going to make a big difference, okay? Now, no trill. You're going to count through that, and you're going to nail it. Let's have all brass, low clarinets, bassoon, and saxophones. No trill. 1, 2, measure 1. First people that play on beat 4. Tom, pom, pom, pom. More fanfare, more. Not like almost fanfare. Okay, try it. Everybody again, or the same crew. And 1, 2, measure 1, and Yes, especially those saxophones really gave us that time. Okay, now can we have equal volume from all horns, horn section, and altos? Okay, last time. Oh, last time. What a joke. All right. And 1, 2, measure 1. Yeah. Oh, there's a groove within this. All the syncopation. Hey, trumpets, and this could be third trombone, any of our low voices. When you enter in measure 2, okay, I want you to think about breathing together as a section so that we can enter together. Play your first note, trumpets. Let's hear the FAC right there. Ready? And hold. It's so sweet and kind. I see fortissimo. Let's hear it. Here we go. Ready? Good. Who's playing the F? Are y'all playing, the two of y'all are playing F? Awesome. 30% more. No. Let's really hear it. Try again. Section. Ready? Good. And when you play louder, you're going to need to think more open in the back of your mouth. So not do, do, da, da. A little bit more space. Okay. One more time. Trumpets holding. Ready and go. Good for you. Can we play starting in measure 2, just trumpets? Measure 2, and ready, go, rest, That's it, yeah. It's a funky spot, but you got it. I'll give you 1, 2, and ready, go, 1. Yeah, and truthfully, y'all, if you try and breathe like this, 1, 2, da, 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 you'll be late every time. I would start breathing earlier. You have a whole bunch of rest, just take that time and breathe. Try it again. Ready, and 1. Again, ready, go, breathe. Does that make sense? Can you hear the slight hesitation? We want to be a little late. I would just start breathing earlier. Okay, all brass at the beginning. I'll let you conduct, Ms. Wood. Just take a listen. No trills, beginning to 7. Fun too. Yeah. Do da ooh. Where's the syncopation measure? Is that 6? Yeah. Okay. Right now it's like this. Do da or whatever the rhythm is. Okay. It's very flat. It's very the same. Let's make a decision. Let's crescendo or decrescendo. What do we want to do? Crescendo sounds great. Yeah. It's usually the best call. Try that measure, please. That measure. Measure 6 and 1, 2. You got it. 6. 1, 2, and 1, 2, 6, and. Yeah, even more. And 1, 2, ready, go. Yeah, and what makes that really cool, sorry, we'll finish it, I promise. What makes that really cool is all the articulation. Okay, really lean into any articulation, any dot slur. Again. And same thing. 1, 2, ready. Now we went to the same volume. We got to grow. We got to lead somewhere. Again. And 1, 2, ready. Yes, in fact, you might have started too soft, and I love that. Okay? I want you to start just a little bit more, but do the same growth you just did. That was more interesting. What I like to think is that was not boring. We had something going. Trumpets, when you play in measure 2, when you do your da 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 da, crescendo every time. It's the same note. Repeated notes can do something. Do something with them. We'll crescendo, and that will make it interesting. Let's go everybody beginning to 10. Whoa. All's well. Nothing happened. Of the mid voice, and then anybody that plays on beat 4 of the first measure feels like every time we play it again, we go back to like mezzo piano. I'd say if you're the low voices, just need to give a little bit more juice. We'll get there on that, okay?
Yeah.
What
It
wins?
can help us with tempo too, because it's going to start to drag if we're not like anticipating just a little bit there.
Yeah, I love that. What wins? Ticka, 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 ticka. If we were to unmask that, ask yourself, what is being heard and what is being played? And then everybody's going to answer this, have an answer for this. How do we practice 16th notes like that? Like, give me some tips. Chunks, yeah. Ticka, ticka, dum. Ticka, ticka, dum. Ticka, ticka, dum. Absolutely, we can chunk it. What else? We can play just first notes, or even eighth notes. We could isolate it that way. Okay, what else? How can we, yeah. Change the rhythm. Do, da, do, da, do, da, do, da, do. Da, 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 da. Yeah, you absolutely can, okay? When I was a horn player, I would steal everything that my woodwind friends and trumpets, y'all play technique too, like steal these things, good. What else, what are other ways, yeah? Play every other note, yep, good. We haven't talked about like the one that you should start with always. Really slow. Hey, and if you want to play it really slow and actually play it engaging, then throw on a drum beat that's slow. Do-do-cha, do-do-do-do, cha, do-do-do. Give yourself a groove, and then you're going to play it with more line and yeah. Yes, thank you, okay? So that's for y'all to work out here. Let's go measure 10. Sure. Write a measure 10, please. 10. Transition moment, yes? Yeah, transitions in life can be difficult. Same in music. We have to practice them, we have to spend more time with them. Trumpets, when you take over, or anybody that, not just trumpets, when you take over with a lot of confidence. And that'll really help us there. Hey, everybody play, go back to that B-flat scale that we're working on, just so we don't have to think about it. Play your B-flat scale, please. And here's what you're gonna do this time. You're going to articulate with a little bit lighter tongue. Ta, 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 ta. And then we're going to get softer as we get higher, louder as we get lower. Try it. Thank you. Okay, now the reason we just spent 2 seconds doing that is here's the deal. In this piece especially, even more than the other piece, when the notes get higher, they're popping a lot. Meaning if I'm sitting right here and I'm listening to this clarinet melody at 10, I can kind of hear some of the lower stuff, and then when notes pop, it's like overwhelmingly loud. Okay, same, copy and paste that to every section. Your higher notes, especially if I'm playing an upper woodwind instrument, can be more subtle. They're gonna project really easily. And then our lower notes, we need to dig into them more. Does that make sense? You get that concept? Okay, we often play scales the opposite direction dynamically. So it's always fun to kind of apply it in that direction. Let's hear melody at 10. A little bit lighter tongue. Still can be strong, but lighter tongue. timing stuff when we have your snare drum. Get your ears there and you got it. And it'll be fun, okay? What's your dynamic right at 10? Mezzo piano. I feel like we can get maybe a little bit more volume, or maybe volume's not the right word, but just a little bit more sound, tone, rather than ta, 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 like we hear a lot of tongue. Ta, ta. Can you play your first note, your written C? Ready? Clarinets and altos. First note. Good. Now, a little bit more volume. Corners here. Yeah, so as soon as we add more volume, okay, keep the tongue up so that we can keep the pitch in. Corners in as we're playing. Same thing. Ready? Good. Can you start that note, please, with no tongue? Start it with no tongue for just a second. Ready? Good. Add a little bit of articulation. Add the tongue to it, but don't let it be smacked. Ready? Good. Play the melody right there. Play the melody. And 1, 2, Yeah, it's like a really happy melody. Thank you. You can't help but smile. Yeah? I feel like the first 4 bars could crescendo and it would be fine. Yes? Dum pa ding dum bum pa ding dum pa ya da da da. Whatever your notes are. Okay? Make it more exciting. Last time, and then we'll add in our lows. Here we go. And 1, ready? Keep going. Right there. Okay, yes, that's the idea. Yeah, hey, so you've got the melody under your fingers. Great. Okay. Now we need to take it to the next level. And by the way, you have this, like, you know if music should grow or decay, or you have ideas too, because you've been listening to stuff for a really long time. Just do more of that. That would be the biggest thing. Like, let's go next, yeah? Let's add everyone in. Somewhere around there, yeah. Make sure you can hear melody. Say it again. Jordan, you're doing an awesome job. And I love the communication we're having back here. The first time you're playing tambourine, just a little bit lighter because of where the register of melody is. And then go to what you're doing the second time. Thanks, Jordan. Appreciate it. Yeah, two things for this section that you have under your fingers. Yes? You feel better? We're closer is what I should say. We're closer. We need to make anything that it can be a little bit more musical or more shape. We just need it to be more dramatic. Does that make sense? Yeah, you get the same idea. You're like, it's Saturday morning. It's hard to be dramatic, yeah? But if we can make this more dramatic, it's gonna be a lot more musical and exciting, and then we have something to say. And then, individually, so go over here, this is your individual self. Individually, we need to have control over every range of our instrument. So the higher notes can't just come out because we have to use a lot of force or air because of those. We wanna work opposite of that. Does that make sense? Cool, let's keep going, wherever we are.
Yeah. Pick up 50.
Anybody play Zelda? Anybody play Zelda? Okay, thank you, yeah. There are melodies within this that remind me, like it could be in Circle Ocarina of Time or whatever. Yeah, and every time I hear that, I'm like, whoa, that's fun. We're gonna touch one moment here early on before the tempo, or transition that moment. Measure. 61, look at 61. What is your dynamic at 61? Piano is our dynamic. We are playing a softer dynamic, and it's more lyrical. So our woodwind friends that are playing, or any notes that have that beautiful tenuto mark underneath them, this little mark right here, full value, and a lot of connection between those notes. Let's start right there at 61. Please, thank you. Piano can still be supported. Piano can still have sound. What we just played, that's a change. Okay, where we just stopped, what is the style of that? Like where we literally just stopped. Give me some adjectives. Short, yes, what else? Aggressive, it's a little bit more aggressive. What else?
Jumpy.
Jumpy, yeah. There's a lot more leaps in the music, it's not as stepwise. Yeah, good point. Yeah, musically. Hey, that section right there, we play a little bit more by default. You could lighten it up if you want. When we get to play connected, we need those notes to be more this. Does that make sense? What are some adjectives for this section? So where we started that run. What are some adjectives? Smooth, yes, what else? Soft, flowing, yes, what else? Yeah. Connected, yeah, what else? Expand your 12th graders, your PSAT or your SAT words. Yeah, what else? Say it again. I'm sorry, one more time. A hill, yes, absolutely, yeah, get a good analogy there, good simile, right? So we have these types of styles, and then we're gonna make it this way. Can you hear a few moments where the pitch is a little haywire? Yeah, I have two things for you. One is my new app that I'm playing with, okay? Do y'all know the app? Tonal Energy. I love Tonal Energy, but no. Do y'all know the app Intune? Okay, so I told the students this was free and I lied to them, so it's 99 cents. I'm sorry, I'll give you a Five Below gift. Just kidding. So this app right here, what it does is it gives you two sounds, two tones, and you have to decide if the second one is flat or sharp. And then you take the direction. And then it diminishes the amount of space between the notes. So it starts with like a half step, and then it goes down and down and down and down and down and down, as low as your ear can get. You have 3 strikes and then you're out, and you restart. This is a really fun game. So this is my personal, like I'm playing this once a day so that I can just keep isolating my own ear and be the best person I can for students, right? So you can do the same exact thing. How else can we work on pitch? Like getting our ensemble to be as in tune or as in tune as possible. What do you think? Yes? Yeah, kind of the same thing we did here, right? Really early on. So, hey, lip bends, brass, lip bends, like isolating. And what I love to do is close my eyes. Don't think about pitch for a second. You're gonna lip bend, and then you're gonna listen for when the note feels the best and most solid tone. And most of the time, that's closer to better pitch than it was originally. Okay, what else? Yeah, sound is really important in this. Other ways that we can practice pitch. You can help me lesson plan for next week. Let's go. I'm just kidding. What else?
Like just seeing how low you can, or how like soft you can get with like, and.
So practicing pitch at various dynamics. Yes, and taking the time to practice it. I love that. Good. How many of y'all sing? Who sings? Yeah. Sing more. Even if you're not professionally trained or you're not in choir or singing's not your strength, doesn't matter. You can sing more. Maybe you sing your chorale a couple times. Like find opportunities to sing, and then your ear is getting more in tune. Does that make sense? Yeah, that kind of idea. Let's go on to the slow section with that in mind, the andante.
What's the app called?
In tune. Yeah. I'm a big fan. I'm sorry. Well, probably like 106 or 107 with all the taxes. Ask for a free birthday. Perfect.
All right. Hey, let's get ourselves a quick round started. Let's go from 71.
Wow, you're really excited.
Are you gonna ask me to start two before that? Two before 71.
Hey, your job right now is to think about your best sound on your instrument. And then you're going to have to check with a tuner to help. But if you'll start with best sound, then that's going to be a really good start. Yeah. Less first. Good. Yeah, more second, third, less first. Yeah. Go saxophone towards go. Go. That's fine. That's the volume, yeah. On the fly here, and we're going to finish with a nice section here. First clarinet, lighter as you're playing this volume, or first and second, whoever has this. Watch the pitch on the top note. As we play it softer, then it gets flatter. So just listen for that note. And then this can be more subtle. Is it third clarinet that has the octave below her? Second? Yes, more of that. Like that's where the juice is. More juice, that's where it is. Good. Hey, before we just get to play a chunk to finish this morning session, you're almost there, yo. I want everyone to think of 12 seconds to think of something that you just learned in the first chunk. First chunk, it can be from myself, it could be from Dr. Yo's, it could be from your conductor, it can be from you just sitting there playing. Think about one thing you've learned, think about it, ready, think. Cool, tell me some things you've learned, ready, go. Everybody's got an answer because I gave you time to think, how kind of me. Yes? Yeah, giving shape to line and shape not to individual notes. I love it. Good. Trombone.
Some pieces need to have a long connected sound.
Good. Long connected sound. I love this. Yes. What else? I love that. Okay, so spending time on dynamics, practicing individually and as a group. Yeah, what else? Wait, you guys say it louder, please. The volume pyramid. Yeah. Taking this and really making sure we isolate it in every context, which you have to spend time on. Yeah, what else?
Like when you play loud, not like doing the tongue a lot.
Yeah, so tongue strength is not equating to volume. Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Starting still and like breathing and coming in at the same time.
Yeah, I think, hey, that concept right here is an ensemble. That's going to make your reps each time you get to play something one step better. Because that's going to make the first couple of measures worth it, which is cool. Nice. Let's finish. We literally have 3 minutes left. Let's play a fun chunk to kind of finish out the morning session.
Yeah.
No, you're going to work on that later. That was intentional, yeah.
Can we take it from 84 and run it out a little bit? Take it from 84 and run it out.
Just go to 101 and just like.
You're going to have a blast.
Go past 101, please.
fun. Yeah, hey, enjoy the fun of this piece. And really keep being dramatic with it. Before you pack up, hold on. You need to get a break. It's been a blast getting to work with you all. Like, seriously, y'all. Finally getting to hang out with you. I'm glad it actually happened today. Will you thank your director for providing this opportunity for you? Ready, thank your director? Yeah. Thanks. So, like, pedestrian, okay? Yeah. Good to see y'all. You have time? Yeah. You'll tell the schedule? Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I'll see you all soon at the Liberty Youth Wind Symphony. Yeah.
Woo! Liberty it up. Love it. All right, hey, we know this is a long day. We still have another one of these.
Okay, here we are at the National Band Association Wind Band Symposium being hosted at the Wells School of Music at Westchester University. We are finishing up our first break. We were just, if you are just joining us, then you just missed the Henderson High School Concert Band was being clinicked by Dr. Hannah Morrison, who is the latest addition to the band faculty here at Westchester University. We are about to hear the wonderful Dr. Mary Schneider from Eastern Michigan University. She's the director of bands there, has been for quite some time. She's wonderful, and she's going to also work with Henderson High School. I wanted to take a moment to thank the Westchester University Wells School of Music. You can explore a career in music at the Westchester University Wells School of Music, accredited with the National Association of Schools of Music. The programs are available in music performance, education, theory, history, composition, studio composition, music with elective studies in an outside field, and music therapy. The university provides state-of-the-art rehearsal and performing facilities and scholarship opportunities. Students can also get involved in multiple ensembles, including band, vocal/choral, orchestra, and more. With over 200 concerts annually, the Wells School of Music is looking forward to welcoming you to campus or via live stream for an upcoming performance, music-specific tour, or shadow day. We hope that you will experience in person the vibrancy of our nationally recognized programs of study and see firsthand the remarkable scholarly and artistic community that is the Wells School of Music at Westchester University. Also wanted to thank J.W. Pepper, who is our host for the stream. Founded in 1876, J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. We offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, our digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, we offer downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy, and shop with confidence thanks to the Pepper Guarantee. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money refunded. I also wanted to thank KHS America, who is making my appearance possible. The KHS America Academic Alliance is providing a grant to help me to be here, as is Westchester University. So thank you to both of them for helping to make this event possible. Finally, the National Band Association provides support to our nation's bands through access to mentors and mentor programs, support of new music created specifically for bands of all levels and experience through our composition contests, support of young conductors and young composers interested in wind bands through our mentor projects, support of bands and band music of all types and levels through our concert band symposiums like this one. Any student listening should take advantage of the $5 student membership rates to enjoy the benefits of this outstanding organization. I can't say enough nice things about the National Band Association. My wife is on the board of directors, and it's just a great group of people who are doing very, very important work. So any support. Also, if you join, you get a subscription to The Instrumentalist, you get a subscription to the NBA Journal, you get access to valuable resources, including the selected music lists. You get access to mentors and mentor programs. It's a really wonderful organization that does very important work. So before we head back in to the hall, wanted to give you the schedule for the rest of the day. We are about to start the second session, and that is from 11 until 12:30. Which again, it's the Henderson High School Concert Band who are on stage and who we are watching be clinicked by these three different clinicians. Dr. Mary Schneider is up next, and then at 12:30 to 1:30 we will break for lunch. 1:30 until 2:20 is when there will be a band director roundtable, which will be the three band directors of the three groups that are here this morning: North Penn High School, Henderson High School, and St. Mark's High School, as well as Dr. Andrew Jozwiak, who's the director of bands here at Westchester University, and then the three clinicians, Dr. Schneider, Dr. Morrison, and Dr. Gumbel. a lot of doctors. And then while they are doing a roundtable, I will be doing a clinic for all three of the bands combined, which I did last night, which was always a lot of fun. It's always an honor, truly, to be able to talk with high school students, because that is an age where there was a lot of impactful people that I ended up hearing talk for 5 minutes or an hour or weekly, and I owe a lot to them. So I have no idea whether I helped anyone last night, but it was fun. So and then the final session is a little bit shorter. It's 1 hour. That is from 1:30 until there's a typo here. Just on my sheet, it's from 2:30 to 3:30. Is the final one. That's Dr. Adam Gumbel. And then at 3:45 is when each of the three groups is going to play something that they've been working on today, or a section of something they've been working on today as a mini performance. And then that will be followed up by the Westchester University Wind Ensemble under the direction of Dr. Andrew Josviak. So we are going to head in now. We are about to see Dr. Mary Schneider, Director of Bands from Eastern Michigan University, clinicking the Henderson High School Concert Band.
Orchestra too? Yes, ma'am. You guys have an orchestra?
Yes,
That's great.
And I do jazz band orchestra.
Oh, good for you.
Band and
Do you have a
choir.
pickup in jazz band?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
So,
nice. I prefer the stand-up bass in jazz band.
thank you.
It's awesome. Good for you. Hey, everybody. Hi, excited to work with you all. So, hope you're having a great day. And the Jaeger is such a cool piece, isn't it? It's old, but it's good. Kind of like me.
So we are right at the first one. From the top and just like throw a little bit here.
Okay, terrific. So let's talk about just a couple things that I'm hearing. Every time you're playing in an ensemble, you have to know, your responsibility is to know what role you're playing at all times, yes? What do I mean by role? Yes? Exactly. So you're playing melody. We always want to protect the melody, don't we? All right? So there's melody. What else could you be possibly, what role could you have? The bass line, yes. You could be playing the bass line, and that can shift. It's not always in bass voices, right? There could be a section that's just clarinet choir, and therefore maybe the third clarinets or the bass clarinet are playing the bass line. What else?
Okay, counter melody?
A counter melody, for sure. I mean, we're talking about traditional, like this piece is, right? Traditional piece. Not all pieces are constructed that way with melodies and counter melodies, but in this case, yes. Anything else? Maybe a rhythmic ostinato you might have. If the piece is fast and energetic, it might have, you know, something that's driving underneath it, and you might have a part of that. So, you know, I know that you're great musicians. You already know what you're playing. Is it always the same? Of course not. So it's constantly changing, your role changes. It can change in the middle of a phrase. So your job is to know that, be listening always so that you know who you're supporting, who's got the melody at all times. So at any point, your teacher should be able to stop and say, where's the melody? And you should be able to answer it, even if it's just in one person, okay? Because that means the dynamics that are on the page are not solidified as one thing. We have to adjust them constantly. So what I'm hearing is just I want more clarity from you in terms of this is my role, this is a secondary role, because you're playing so far on this, it's all very good. It's just it's kind of all the same. I want more distinction. Make sense? Okay? All right, so let's do a little of the opening, and I'll give you a sense of what I'm saying. I think it's very obvious in the first phrase. All right. Yeah, I can do this from the beginning. Here we go, from the beginning. Yeah. Can you start the piece with a little bit more confidence? Yeah? I'm just going to start you with a breath, okay? I'm going to do less conducting. Ready? Okay, so you all know who has a melody, right? What section? Trumpets, who has a melody? No idea? So saxes, do you have the melody? You do? Let me hear the saxophone part. 1, 2, ready, and. Okay, who thinks that's a melody? Yeah, it is, right? Who else has that with you, saxophones? Altos, I should say. It's not all the saxophones are playing that. Horns, do you have that melody? Huh? We have it second time. The second time the horns have it, great. And then who's playing it in the front row? Clarinets. Okay, so let's have all the melody play from the beginning. 2, 3, and. Good. So this is the things we'll talk about. I'm going to use them as an example, but this we're going to talk about throughout our time together today. They've just played the melody. To me, these are the things you can be thinking of as you're working on it. It's all right now accurate, right? Right notes, right rhythms. But to me, I don't hear enough direction. We have a little problem with the triplet. Did you notice that? We're not all playing the triplet the same. You can nod your head, you can smile, you can say, yes, Dr. Schneider, yes, right? Dr. Schneider. Thank you. So you could hear that when we get to the triplet, some of us are playing it fast, some of us are not. So how can we make that triplet accurate when we play it? We have to subdivide before we get there. Da, 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 da. Think triplet before you play it, generally broadening it. The other thing is it feels very vertical to me, right? And yes, it can be march-like. But I think we also have to make some shape by deciding in that phrase, that 4 bars, where the highest point is, right? Because music's always going somewhere or coming away. So even if you're not playing the opening, you should know what you're supporting in terms of the shape of the phrase. So who thinks they know where we should phrase this? Bum, 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 bum. Some of you are playing that triplet too fast. I think just broaden that. Dun, dun, da, 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 dum. There's 4 bars, right? Okay. So can we get the dotted 8th, 16th to be a little crisper? And then everyone who's not playing melody, can I hear you? From the beginning. If you're playing melody, listen to this accompaniment. Ready? Do you hear how the note lengths are all different? And don't you want more clarinet? Okay, so it's basically we're just supporting what's happening. Here's what I'm hearing from up here. We have to be in agreement on the length of the notes. Dum, dum, dum. Are we going to play long, connected? Are we going to play with a little front to the note so it has sort of a dum, 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 like a pulse? Are we going to have more separation, more bounce to it? We can play these all different ways. You guys are terrific musicians. So a quarter note, we just have to think, do we want to have more sort of buoyancy to the notes? More lift? Do we want them to be connected? And then some of you, color-wise, we can shift this. So what I'm hearing is I would love to hear more clarinet in this. I want you to be the primary voice, all right? And I want to hear a little less saxophone in the balance. Yes? And then how do you want the quarter notes to be? What do you think? With a little bit of a lift. So a little more like pulsing. Bum, 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 bum. And you could sing it how you want. I don't want to affect, because what my opinion is not necessarily yours. All right, let's try that again. So can you, while you're playing, listen to the other people playing this and see if your notes are longer or shorter than theirs? And just as you're playing, make those adjustments. 1, 2, 3, and. Yeah, I still don't hear the clarinets as strong as I want to. Can you guys play out a little bit more? Yeah? Let me hear just the clarinets. 3, 4. Okay, good, good. So I think you need to have more air moving through the instrument, okay? So it's good, but it's not vital. It's not like your air has to be going through the instrument faster, even if it's soft music. It's a concentrated soft. And right now, I think you're just being a little timid, so your sound is timid. Soft doesn't mean weak, right? Soft means concentrated. Concentrated piano, that's the character. So just a little bit more support here, take in more air, and push it all the way through the instrument at a much faster rate. I think that'll help. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but let's try that again. I like the adjustments you made. This is all the accompaniment. 2, 3, and. More clarinet. Listen to the note lengths. Nice. Good. So saxes, try not to get too much front to the note. I'm hearing a lot of tongue on the beginning. We don't want too much of that. Now, when you have a moving line, bringing that out really adds something to the piece. So this has to be worked on more. I'm not going to take more time, but you know what we're saying. So you can hear that they're not matching that. I think this gives clarity to this. Because right now, if everybody's playing different lengths, it's kind of like, it's like talking without teeth. All right? But when you have teeth and you're speaking, you can enunciate clearly. That's your job. If you get that correct, then the melody can now really shine on top of that by listening the same way. All right? Now, every time you have a repeat, the end of the first repeat, this is for everyone. In these sections, the end of phrases, they're fast, but you're not finishing those phrases. You're kind of tossing them off. And this is, I think, what separates good ensembles from fantastic ensembles. This is among one of the things, is amazing ensembles pay attention to the cadence point. They pay attention to the right side of the note, the right side of the phrase, right? We always think about the beginning, the left side. So I want you to put more attention when you finish before the repeat sign. I want you to finish that harmonically. Da, da, da. That's the cadence. And I want you to give more attention to that before you worry about going back. Make sense? Okay, fantastic. Want to try it again? I'm going to listen while you do that. So there's a couple things for you to think about.
Yeah, hey, listen, on the repeats too, remember to listen for what's new. So second time through this opening section, get your ears over the flutes and make sure that's our new voice that the second time through. All right, take from the top.
Better triplets. So the end of the fourth measure, right? Da, da, da. And take that breath together, but listen to the length of that last note, that cadence point. Make sure we're all together on that. I'm still not hearing enough of the dun, dun, da, dum. That's different, right? So bring that out, that rhythm. Great. It's getting better. Percussion, we'll get to some stuff where you're all playing. I promise. More clarinets. That's better. You hear how they're finishing it? Yeah, they kind of dun, 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 you know? So you have to work on that a little bit. I hate those cymbals. Let's start right there. Let's start right there. You're moving in the right direction on some of these. I'm not a huge fan of the cymbals. The way you're playing them is great. Those actual cymbals are not yours, right? Okay, so I won't say anything. Yeah, I'm not loving the sound of them, but thank you for playing them as well as you can and getting out the sound. I think it's just trying to draw the sound from that. They're just, I don't think they match this, okay? Yeah. All right, so trumpets, you take over, and this at letter A is a little more brass heavy, right? So the woodwinds, this obligato part, has to sound lighter. Right now, I know you're not playing it with as much ease as you want, but that's what I would say in terms of the balance. I think we need just a little bit more leadership. Da, 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 da. So can you think crescendo on the longer notes? So shows direction. Yeah? Here, let's go from A without the obligato part. This is going to be a theme I'm not going to be able to really fix here, but I want to make sure you understand the concept. The last measure has all accents on the tune. Da, 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 da. We got faster. As we were thinking about going back to the beginning, we need to make sure that we're giving all of our attention to the right side of that phrase and finishing it. The lower trumpets are playing longer notes than the upper trumpets in the melody. Right? So just shorten your note. This just should be listening and adjusting. You're just a little longer. You're a little more legato than they are. And then we have to decide how we want the bass line here. Yeah? Can I hear the bass line? I like this more like a pizzicato. Yeah? So tubas, you're kind of boom, boom, boom. So really great round sound, but a lot of space between the notes. Let's try it. 2, ready, and. What do you think? Yeah. Nice bassoon sound, by the way. Tubas, I think you can be stronger. Yeah? So,
I feel like we're getting a lot of the attack.
Right.
Not a lot of the tone.
Right. So a little more tuba, I think, will help that. We'll get more, so we don't want just the front of the note, but we want more of your sound. So a little separation between the notes, but don't think of it like ta, ta, ta. That's just the articulation. Just a little more resonance on the notes, okay? But definitely more tuba sound would be great. And you have to work out the notes. We had a couple wrong notes in there, yeah? Surprises? Yeah? They know, right? Yeah, we don't have to, okay. You guys realize what that is, good. So that's what I would say are the main thoughts for that. Should we go on to C? Just kind of skip ahead a little bit. Great, I'm gonna just listen. You,
Yeah, jump ahead to C.
percussion? Do you have that part, that bass line?
No, it's not hits. I can play it hits, but it's just staccato.
Interesting. If the tubas play louder, I think it would be cool with the pits, but she might not want the front of the note too much. Okay, do you want to do a diminuendo into D or not?
From the percussion?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that. We hadn't done it before, but yeah. Like 2 before.
Yeah, we could do that. We were just talking with the double bass about whether you want pits on that bass line earlier or whether you want him to bow that, because he has staccato. So you can make that decision after you get the tuba line the way you want. But I think that would give a little more front to the note and a little more resonance. But I would, if I had more time, that's what I would do and just kind of determine that bass line. All right, so here's what we're going to talk about, because every one of you play this melody, right? That starts with the clarinets, da, 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 right? This is a sequence. What is a sequence? This melody is part of a sequence, yeah. Yeah, a sequence is something that repeats. So when we repeat it, it's usually 3 times. It can be anything in a sequence, but usually it's not the same 3 times. It could change key, it could ascend, it can descend, it could be a rhythmic pattern, but it's happening 3 times. Do you think it should be the same all 3 times? I'm sorry, say that again? Yeah, you're not convincing. Should it stay the same time every time you play that part? No. Okay, but that's what you're doing. You're playing da 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 on board da 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 da. So this is what's happening in the music. It's all good. You're playing the right notes and rhythms. This is what we're listening. And you know those machines they hook up to you in the hospital? Okay, what would happen if the machine was going like this? What does that mean? Okay, all right, point taken. So, can we make the machine do this? All right, so any ideas how we can do that? If we were gonna play this tune, you have it at different places. So clarinets, you're looking at D, tenor sax, bari sax, you have that melody. Low brass, you have it later. Trumpets, find where you have it. Yes, at E, etc. You all have it at some point. Percussion, you're not playing necessarily the melody. If you're not on mallets, you're not playing the melody, but you need to know what they're doing, so your role is to support that trajectory. If we're doing this with the music, you have to help. Does it say that to do that on your music? No, but you know what? You're musicians, right? So it's your job to interpret that and to take that skeleton of information, which is a dynamic, and to not make it a block dynamic, not make it dead. Your job is to show where the music is going. It's either going or it's coming back from retreating. Yes? So can we try it with that melody? Who has an idea about what we should do? 4 measures. Who has an idea? Yes?
We could start the dodge and half note
Yeah, so in that it's a 4-bar phrase. Yes, everybody? So how, anybody want to play that phrase? You do? No. I don't want to put you on the spot. That's why I asked. All right. So if we were playing that phrase, the suggestion is that each time we play the sequence, we get louder. So how many of you have a parent or someone that you live with that might tell you to clean up your room? Anybody have that happen?
No.
Oh, you're perfectly...
No, they just don't.
They just don't care.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, imagine that you might... Does it get messy sometimes, your room? Yeah, mine does too. So let's say you had someone who the first time they said, please clean up your room, right? How would they say that? Please clean up your room, right? That's how they would speak to you. So what if you blew that off and your room is still a mess and it's 3 days later? Are they going to say, please clean up your room? No. I think they're going to say it a little differently, right? It's the same message, but they have to repeat it, so they're going to say it differently. They might say it. Anybody want to try it? Anybody good at imitating your parent? Yes, say it.
I told you to clean up your room.
So you're louder, you're more emphatic, right? I told you to clean up your room, get to it. And what about the third time? Ooh, yeah. Yes. It's going to be a lot different. Even if it's the same words, they're going to be spoken differently. So this is what's missing right now from my ear is you're playing the notes and rhythms. We're talking about listening more from where you are to really have your ears wide open and to make adjustments. So we talked about note length. That's something that you can play all different note lengths and still be right. You just have to come to an agreement. This is a case of sequences typically will build. They're going somewhere. So if I were to sing this, I would go da 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 dum da dum da dum da 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 da, and then I would start again. So in terms of 4-bar phrase, where am I going? Hello? Is the mic on? Hello? Yes. I'm getting louder and stronger, so the music's doing this. And then where is the arrival? Where do I say we got there? We got to the hill. It's at the downbeat of the 4th bar of that 4-bar phrase. And then am I staying and screaming? Well, that's the decision you have to make. But I think in this case it comes back down as the music comes back down, and then it starts again. Does that make sense? Okay. So can we try to shape the music a little bit like that? And this is just an example in this one movement, but this happens all the time when you're playing music. You have to bring your soul, you have to bring more of your musicianship to get the music to actually mean something. Okay? That's a pearl of wisdom. I mean, you should just be like, yeah? Okay, good. All right, let's try it. Here we go. And what I would do with this, if I were working, I would have them all play in the same place and just play it together, right? Because it's in the same key, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Each time, yeah.
I mean, there's no, right? So could we do this? Can you find where you have the melody? Anywhere that you have it, and that's where we're going to start. Da, 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 da. And trumpets, first trumpets, you can take this down an octave if you want for this exercise. That would be great. Does everyone know what we're doing? And I don't want any of the filled in things, but that's what I want to hear. So can everyone find a spot where they have this melody? Percussion, I would love for you to listen to this and think about your part, how it interacts, and how you can help shape this. Okay, here we go. Wherever in the music you are, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're out of tune and we're playing different things and that's okay. But you made music, you made a shape. All right, you're alive. Yay, that's great. Okay, big difference.
Yeah.
So that's what we're gonna do. Now, bass line, horns, when you're playing offbeats and you're not playing the melody, how do you, percussion, how do you shape, how do you help them do that? Yeah, you're listening while they're playing and you're going, oh, we're getting stronger. So we're gonna crescendo a little bit and I'm gonna help them by getting a little softer underneath. You're not just staying like this. Even though the music doesn't tell you, even though it's not written in the part, the music demands that. Okay, here's everybody at D. You're alive, I love it. Clarinets, just keep that air spinning fast. I know you're in a register where there's gonna be some pitch issues, yeah? And I think when you're not using enough air, the tone sacrifices, and that's when you get pitch issues. So really fill up. I think of like chocolate pudding, mousse. Chocolate, I'm a food person, so I love this. When I think dark, rich, velvety chocolate mousse, that's the kind of sound you want in that register. Here we go, everybody. D for Dvorak, 2, ready, go. Who has the melody? Tubas, who has the melody? Did you hear it? It's okay to say no. Yeah, I didn't hear it either. Thank you. It's not your fault. If you have the melody, you can play it a little softer so you have room to go, but you can't hide. 1, 2, 3, 4, and. Everyone. Okay, how many people on a scale of 1 to 5, you just heard that, how many, this is what I want you to rate, how well they achieved that sequence, the people that played. So 5 would be, it was awesome. It was as good as me singing, which is fabulous, I know. And if they didn't do anything and they were dead, I would say it's gonna be low on the lower end. All right, so just hold up your fingers, turn around and look. I'm getting a lot of 2s, somebody's being 3, okay, they like you. They're trying not to hurt your feelings right now. 3s, yeah. Okay, they're rating themselves a 2, so, all right. So your job is to use more air and make the music do this. That's what the music has to do, okay? Good. Let's hear it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good, more. Again, more air, more tuba. Okay, good. All right, let's rate them now. How was that? Yeah, I thought that was 4 or 5, 4.7 for me. That was good. Let's acknowledge. You guys know how to shuffle your feet? Yeah. Okay, good. That made a difference. Now, trombones, hang your head in shame. Trombones, baritones, that is your moment, right? Dun, 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 dun. Let's hear that. Do we have euphonium? Yeah. Okay, great. I would sit her next to the trombone. Try that next time, yeah. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay, could we just play the first note and hold it, the B flat? The. Okay, so I think you're a little sharp to my ear. Yes. Can you adjust your slide a little bit, pull it out a little? Oh, that's okay. All right, we'll have to get that fixed. Okay, so trombones, more air, just like I was telling your colleagues needs this. And I need to hear the B flat, then beat 2, the A natural. Let's do that. Euphonium is playing as well. Here's the B flat. Yeah, so this you have to tune, right? Okay, we're not quite in tune right now, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I want you to play it louder. Can you play it? Anybody like dogs? Yes. You have some dogs? Pets? Okay, or you like dogs? Okay. Right now you're playing it like a miniature poodle, and I would like it to sound like a Rottweiler. Okay? Now you can play strong without playing crass. You still want to play, and it's all about your air, right? So let's do this slowly. Da, 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 da. It's just a scale. Keep the A natural a little higher. Right now they're a little sharp. So 1, 2, and. Okay, so that's something you'll have to work on. We're moving, it's not a miniature poodle, it's like a collie, I think, as we're going, yeah, okay. So that's something, I mean, you have to represent trombones there and euphoniums, right? And usually trombone players are often told to play less, not more. That's just part of your personality. So you got to nail this, right? Excellent. I don't want to spend any more time on that. Should we move on? I love the sequence. Yeah, let's finish out, okay? So basses and horns, da, da, da. Nice and dry, but more volume. As they do this, you have to do it too. Yes? Okay, here we go. Where should we start? D. D. Debussy. D. More air. Bum, bum, bum. More. Less snare. Good. More air. Horns. Da, da, da. Take a look at the last 3 bars. This will take a little bit more to get, when we're all playing at E, to get some of the inner voices to balance these chords. And whenever you're playing in tune and in tone, that automatically projects louder. So you don't have to work so hard if it's in tune and tone. And that means that when we're playing up in the higher, we need much more support from the lower trumpets. We need more of the inner voices. Is this making sense? Trombones, baritone, that got better as we went. So it's moving in the right direction. Good for you. Okay, percussion I loved, and bass line and horns. I loved how you helped the melody achieve what they wanted. Can you play the last 3 bars for me? Da, 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 da. And can we have just a snare drum here play 8th notes for us as an exercise? Okay. Last 3 measures. I do not want to hear euphonium, tuba, bari sax, bass clarinet, or bassoon. Everyone else that has rests in the middle. Okay. Here we go. 1 and 2 and 3. Thank you. So, what do you think? Was that our best? No. Good. You have to get to the core of the note. What I'm hearing right now is So let's do this slower and play bum, bum. I'm going to give you each note. Without percussion, first 2 8th notes, first note. So this is what you do in warm-ups when you're balancing. This is what you have to keep in mind and transfer to when you're playing, right? So if everyone just plays what they think they should dynamically, your job is to listen and to play appropriately so that's in tune and balanced and blended. That'll have the best sound, okay? Yeah? So I would take these apart and just kind of make sure we're getting at the core. Right now I'm getting a lot of the rhythm and not enough of the core. So let's do those two notes again. Bum, bum, rest. Bum, bum. I'm going to just do a slower tempo, but you play in time. 1, 2, 3. Rest. Rest. The last note, a little more length to it. Not da, like we're throwing a dart, but something that resonates. Da. Hear the difference? Great, great. Could you play the second note? The first note is accented, but could you play the second note a little bit shorter and separated? So right now I'm hearing da, 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 da. Can you play bum, 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 bum? Percussion, could you show us what that sounds like? I heard the second note louder. I want the first note to be accented and the second eighth to have a staccato on it. It's hard, right? Yeah, it's probably going to be easier on timpani to show that. But that's the idea. One more time. I love that you're making these changes right on the road. Here we go. Last, is it 3? Yeah. Dun, dum, rest. Dun, dum, rest. Dun, dum, dum. Ready, go. Yeah, and the last note, because it's higher register, we have to tune it, and we need more of the middle low notes, okay? So it doesn't sound like we're, but we have more of the lower notes on there. That was better. That was definitely better. Okay, let's do the very end, and then we can skip. How are we doing time-wise? Okay? That'll be great. Thank you. Okay, everybody, can you find the letter E? Letter E. 2, 3, 4, and. It's moving in the right direction. Yeah, good. So trumpets, if possible, I would not start at fortissimo because you have not a lot of room. I would start less. Forte minus, then you can still make a shape at the end, even though you're in the higher register. And then the last thing I would do is during that 3-4, do you hear that these notes are not the same? Dun, 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 dun. Mm-hmm. Okay, last 4 measures. This is what I want to hear. Dun, 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 dun. Don't play. Dun, dun, dun. 1, 2, 3. Better. Yeah, better. Good. And then balance-wise, we need more tuba, bass clarinet, a hair less bari at the end. Although it's being played beautifully. Nice job. Okay, great. Some good ideas and good responses for that first movement. So I have to go talk.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Great.
So you want to work on, see how they're doing? Or you want to do the last movement or you decide?
Yeah, we'll jump to the last one.
That sounds fantastic.
Okay, Dr. Schneider, why don't you talk to us about what you were just doing in there?
Yeah, great band, great ensemble. We were working a little bit on the Jaeger Third Suite. I think a lot of wind bands just need to be encouraged to use more air, right? And as a tuba player, that's something you talk about a lot.
Sure.
I think we want our best tone, and air for almost all of us, except percussion, is something that's necessary to produce the best tone. That's how the instruments are built. So I find we are great at playing loud, loudly. That's what we're kind of as bands we do, but really fine bands are able to still produce that beautiful sound at a softer dynamic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said soft doesn't mean weak, it means concentrated. I really like that. I hadn't heard put
Yeah,
that
so
way.
it's like you're just taking that intensity and pulling it in. So you're creating, I like to talk about dynamics as character, you know, so you're not thinking, I think we're too literal in how we look at dynamics, and band composers and publishers now are writing double F, triple F, you know, it just
Going
keeps getting
full
louder and
Tchaikovsky,
louder.
yeah, 4 Fs.
And so you probably heard me talking to them about pacing. We talked about that with the other band too, of just, if the music says fortissimo, it doesn't mean blast, it means full.
Right.
You know, and then you have to still create shapes in the music.
Sure.
So, and I think the same thing with piano, is it's more intimate or it's distant sounding. It shouldn't sound weak.
Yeah.
You know, it has to be supported still.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 2 punctuation marks you can play any note or any phrase with. One is a question mark, and the other is an exclamation point. And bands, I mean, this is all of us, but but bands in general are
sort of conditioned,
really good to play exclamation points when they're loud.
Exactly.
But there's a lot of like question marks and soft when the storytelling can't be more muted.
Right.
You know.
And I always think the more contrast, that's what we're trying to do, create contrast in the music, right? So we're not, just like when we have conversations, you know, there's ebbs and flows, and the more that you can get the ensemble to consider the softer end of things, the more range you have for expression.
Yes.
And that's ultimately what we're trying to do, right?
Louds don't sound loud when everything is loud, and softs don't sound soft when everything is soft. So
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent.
Exactly.
All right. Well, looking
Great.
forward to seeing what you
Yeah,
do in
let
the
me
second
jump
half.
back in there.
All right.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
spirit there. I love this movement, don't you? It's just so much fun to play. It just has such a, you can't hear this and not smile and want to just like be whistling this tune. And if you perform this, everybody will be singing this for days. It's like an earworm, you know? Okay, so every time you have this big, everyone's playing these chords, these 5 chords, right? Da, 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 which I think you're doing really well. But every time they happen, they can have a tendency, when an entire ensemble plays really loudly and in unison or in, in chords, we tend to get faster. So you have to, this is again where you want to be more mature about this and make sure that you're thinking da 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 dum while you're playing that. Percussion, your job is to keep them from pushing the tempo. Now you didn't do it so much at the beginning, but later on when you see it, you get a little excited and it's like da 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 da. It just leans in a little too much. So just be careful that that's staying honest because you want that articulation. Then I would say, clarinets, we have to get better articulation at letter B. Because you're going in the opposite direction, contrary motion, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Can you articulate that and make it, again, we're looking for more clarity. Right now I'm hearing, I mean, it's good. There's nothing wrong with it you're playing, but in terms of articulation, I just want it to be a little more definite. So da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, so the notes have a little bit more. Horns, can you be drier on this? Yeah, I liked it. Everybody that's playing eighth notes, let's start, how about horns after the introduction? It goes from horns to trombones, back to horns. So can we try that? This is measure 3 of the movement. Just the eighth note people. Let's add tubas, baritone, and bassoons. Starting on the downbeat of the third beat. 2, ready, and. Did you tell him to accent the beats a little bit? Okay. Yeah, no, that's good. Yes. Yes, okay, a couple things. I think it's a great thing that you're accenting the beat. Don't overdo that, okay? Because then it's like, it sounds a little like we're getting sick. Right? So just keep that in check. Maybe a hair less of the accent. What do you think is more important, percussion, when the notes are staying the same or when there's motion in what you're playing? Anybody can answer this, actually. What do you think? Yeah, so when you're playing da 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 da, it's people that are changing notes. If you are, we want to bring out, and we want to balance with the first player, not be playing softer than they are, keeping it nice and crisp, okay? So trombones, just make sure we're going to hear the first trombone the best. Can I hear just the trombones? Hold your note. First note you play, just hold it at A. I would get this chord. It's a major triad, right? So whoever's playing the third in the chord, what are you doing to the A? Who's playing the A? Okay, are you changing where that pitch is at all? So with a major triad, the third of the chord has to go down. You have to play it purposely flat. So I would say instead of second position, you're going to be more like 2.5 on that. And you'll hear it lock in. It's really cool. Hold it again. Can you play a little stronger, all of you? N. More first, more second. Yeah, you're running out of air. That's okay. But do you see, even though you're playing da 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 da, it's a chord. Horns, can you play, just hold your second note, the note not the first note, the one you're holding. Da. So you have the exact same thing they do. Same key, everything. We're just shifting color. Try it one more time, horns. Go ahead. You only have 3 all the time? Okay. So you're playing first, second? You're playing third? And are you playing second? Great. Can I ask the third player? That should be fine. That should be fine. Yeah. Okay. Great. So that shifts from you. Da, 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 da. It's the same chord. So trombones, you're listening to that. Horns, that was really well done. All right. Nice trumpet solo. Right? We're making shape with that. So who can give me an adjective to describe the tune that our trumpet soloist plays when they come in? Da 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 da. What do you think? Bouncy, great. Sorry, I can't hear. Jumpy, good. Gallop. Ooh, love it. Crisp. There's some English majors in here. Yes. Energetic. Yeah, these are great words. Whimsical. I love that. It sounds like you might have been told that at some point. No? Yeah. That's good. That's great. Okay, so let's go from the beginning and let's see if we can get crisper eighth notes. Da, 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 da. Tubas, bass line, you're going like this. So can we set up the melody at letter A by doing this? This is when you say yes, or nod, or smile. You're going to lunch after this. One, beginning, everybody. Let's see if we can do that. Whimsical, keep it light, don't overplay. 2, ready, and zap. Staccato, horns. More clarinet. Yeah, you gotta get more of the inside of those chords. Percussion. Did you feel that you were in time at D, or did you feel like you were being pushed a little ahead? What do you think, cymbals? Rushed, yeah, they were. Percussionists have a great sense of time, so they know when you're not in time. You did a great job at the beginning with those chords, but then when you got a D, you went da, 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 dum. You cannot do that. So I know you weren't thinking da, 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 dum. That would keep you from doing it. Can the snare drum open up into D? That's your chance to help us get here, right? Good. Can everyone add or think crescendo, the bar before D? I would actually start a little softer on that chord and crescendo, so it has a feeling of energy. Sometimes we have to adjust those dynamics. Really nice job in the low voices. Da, 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 da. That was great. I need more balance in that low part, okay? We can't have the bari sax carrying the whole thing. So you guys have to dig in a little bit there. A little bit more from the tubas. We want a little more weight there, all right? And contrary motion, da, 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 da. We want more of those people. Can we start at C? And I'm going to make one request. Let's take out, if you have the same notes, don't play. If you go da, 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 do not play. And only play when you have da, 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 da. Really important parts. 1, 2, ready, C. See? You have to play that strong. You have to own that. You're looking around like, why isn't everyone playing? Because they don't have that part. They need you, all right? So dig in. Flute, piccolo, oboe, everybody that has da 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 da. We want you to play. The only people that are not playing are people that are staying the same and filling that out, okay? 1, 2, ready, go! More? So now that we've taken out the filler, do you hear how that's not really as strong as we want it to be in that section with the melody? That's a great tool to just kind of like take some of the layers out so it's a little more transparent. I'm not sure everybody's playing the C, C sharp, D. This. This is just a little tricky. Some of them are still struggling with this. Yeah. Could we start there? Sure. Okay, folks, before D, percussion, was that better, the 5 notes? I thought that was better up here, yeah. So what did you do, brass, to make sure you weren't pushing? You thought go slow? All right, another option is just to think about the subdivision, okay? But that's great. At least you made a big difference, and that was positive, okay? Everyone, count with us before the letter D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, if you're playing repeated notes, do not play, but everything else play when you have it. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, ready, go. I think we need the sound of the crash cymbals, but this is almost like a march where we're not doing as much. It doesn't matter what it says on the page, okay? Just I would have more control here and just give us that impact on those notes without overdoing it. Great time. This was much better. So this has to be way stronger, yeah. And we're not hearing euphonium. Euphonium we're losing in there too. Okay, good. Let's see, we have, where do we go to? 15? 30, 12:30, right? Okay, great. So do you want to keep working on this? Do you want to go to something else?
I think we could keep going on this one.
Good. There's a lot of the same things, the same concepts. Good. So let's, wherever you'd like to.
Where do we pick up? Right around D?
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Or E. We stopped at E.
Okay, let's keep going for E.
E, Elgar. They're really splatting the last note when they end the cadence. You want to be careful of that. Staccato. Ta 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 ta. Come on, horns, louder. Yeah, so this is kind of like the development section, right? So we need to get a little bit more control on that. So the things I'm hearing that'll add clarity, that's what my overall thing with your ensemble that I think will elevate what you're already doing really well, just elevating it, is you put more attention to articulation. So even in the da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, instead of da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, there's just more clarity, I think. And that's what we want to aim for. So horns, that sounded great when you had the melody there. I think also the articulation could be a little crisper, right? And a little more exact when you're not slurring the notes. They have more separation. That way it'll be heard a little bit better, yeah? Okay, and then when you're playing together, we need the inner parts to support, not just the first, right? So we need more of the inner parts and lower parts, just so we have balanced chords. So some of these, even though we're playing like da 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 da, I would separate and tune and make sure they know where that note is, like we practice with the trombones and we did with the horns. That's throughout the piece, since all of that is happening. Okay, good. So. What would you like to do from just the ending, maybe? Because I think they still need to work on that development.
Some notes stuff in that
Exactly, yeah.
We can kind of keep going.
You want to
Yeah.
go
Especially
from
like
L?
I to J, we get a lot of intonation stuff too.
Yeah, you can work that out.
Yeah. But
So we can either go from presto to the end, maybe, or we can go later. What do you think?
we can go from J, just to get into that.
J, sure.
There's J.
So no fortissimo if you're staying the same notes. Just a nice, strong, but shorter notes. Ta, 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 like a metronome. You're just keeping time there.
There's J.
And you know what? We could do this once you get going. Just stop conducting. They should be able to keep the pulse going. We'll try it. Good. All right, let's do the ending, just so we can talk about some concepts for really ending the piece in an exciting way. So much of this you did better on. It still needs a little work in here, as you know, so we're not going to hash out all of those intonations. But so you tell me, before M, did you keep those chords honest? Did it feel like it was pushing and rushing? Yes, I thought so too. And that's the danger, because when you're getting excited and we're coming to the end of the piece and you might even be a little tired, but the good thing is you get to play that rhythm beforehand. Da 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 da. Sequence, right? Twice. So let's make sure that those notes are full. Percussion, again, if they're rushing or pushing that, it feels awkward. It kind of does this. It's very subtle, but it's enough that they would know better. Now, we talked about sequence and building. Tell me what happens at M. That's telling me what's written on the page. Tell me musically what happens. What, are we going somewhere, or are we coming away from something? We're going towards something, right? You're right, we are starting softer, but we are setting ourselves up to build excitement. Right? Is that what you were going to say? So can you do that from M until the downbeat of the 5th bar of M? Let's hear that.
M.
We're not doing the whole thing. We're going to stop on the downbeat. So just 5 bars. That's all. This is what I heard. Like, concentrated, supported piano, right? Not wimpy. Lots of air. Doesn't get fuzzy just because it's soft. So concentrated piano, bum, bum. This is what you're doing here. This is what, to me, the music does at this stage. You've been playing this really, like all the adjectives you said, this is really exciting, and then the composer says, and then you finish strong, right? And what you guys are doing is you're doing all this, and then you're going, I'm sick. And then you're going strong, right? So we're taking just those 4 measures to show you what you need to do to create this shape. Let's do it. Everybody's got to do it. You can't just have one person doing it. It won't work if you're not all doing it, okay? Here we go. M, lots of air. Just think of this as being distant, somebody driving towards you and getting closer. 1, 2, M, N. More, more. Better, not the best, but you hear the difference? It definitely, you're building more excitement. Now, at the end, I want to hear the last 3 bars. And I would like these notes to be fuller, a little bit longer. I hear the attack, the ta, but I don't hear the resonance of the chord, the tone. So just think longer and think like we want to make it ring in the hall. Let's hear the last 3 bars. Za, da, da, da. 1, 2, ready, and. Yeah, the first note, just play the first note. I'm going to cue you, but I want you to listen as you play it for how long it is, whether you're longer or shorter than everyone else. 2, ready, go. What do you think? Another shot at it? It sounded very trebly to me. It didn't sound like there was like the chocolate in the middle. It sounded like a lot of sprinkles and cherry and a lot of ice cream, but I didn't get this part. Ready? Fatten it up. 2, ready, and. No. 2, ready. Okay, could we do it once without timpani? 2, ready, and. What do you think?
I'm losing a little bit of the low voices too.
Yeah. More. Fatten it up. This is the end of the whole piece. Give us a little more from the low voices. Can you hold the chord and then we'll just chop it? So just hold that chord the way you would play it. So that chord has some tension in it, some conflict. If you don't play your part, we don't hear that conflict. Who thinks they have a note that's kind of gnarly? Yeah. Can you bring that out a little more? Tubas definitely need more. That's in the right direction, but not enough. Take more air in. Okay, hold it again. Big breath. Now that's the sound. Now, take that same chord. All we're going to do is instead of holding it, we're going to go like this. And I'm going to chop this much of the middle of that note. That's what I want to hear. Make sense? So approach it the same way you did when we held it, but just go da, 2, ready. 2, ready. It's better. It's getting better. But you know where the direction you're going. This is what. So there's a block of sound. We're going to take a slice of it. All right. Good. Now, can I hear the people that play at the end rest? Da 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 da. And 1. You're not together. Da 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 da. Can't keep that tempo going. 1, 2, 1. Can you play it like I'm singing it? Da 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 da. Da. The last note a little longer. 1, 2, 1. See, it's more shape now. Everything's not the same. It's still not, it's moving in the right direction. We need more of the second part. Second cornet, third cornet. We need more of the second and third clarinet parts, okay? Now, that's perfect. Play that way. And let me hear the people that just play the last 3 notes. Bum, bum, bum. 1, 2, 1. No, you're rushing. Don't let them rush. I want to hear the rest. Play the rest. 1, 2, 1. You're playing 8th notes right now. Da, da, da. I want do, do, do. You might have told them to play shorter notes. I think right now they're just playing the front of the note. 1, 2, 1. Better, better. Everybody together. Last 3. And xylophone, can you drive za-da-da-da-da-da-dum, same as they did, right? So it's the same kind of shape. 1, everybody got it? Last 3. Longer quarter notes. 2, ready, and 2, 1. More seconds, little less first. Trumpet. Again, we weren't all in the same place. 3 from the end. This is, I want this to be, right? Dun, 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 dun. 1, 2, ready, and. Much better. Yeah, really good, really good. Okay, I feel like they're either they need to do another piece or the second movement, or you want to go to the waltz? Do a little of the waltz. Okay. Here you go. Ooh. I jumped off that way, and I was silly because I forgot how old I am. And I landed on my, I fell, I face planted. And I was like, well, if anyone's watching me, this is a funny, funny scene. But my knee still hurts. I know, there might be some videos. I hope nobody was taking a video, but you know. Okay, great, let's do a little waltz. We have a, good. What role are you playing clarinets? Yeah, I mean, you're not the melody, right? You're an accompaniment. And your accompaniment is boom, chick, chick, boom, chick, boom, chick, like a waltz. So the horns know how to play this really well when they play off beats. Boom, chick, chick, boom, chick, boom, chick, chick. Right now I'm hearing boom, chick, chick, boom, chick, boom, chick, chick, boom, chick. When you're playing that accompaniment, it's always the downbeat that's going to be a little fuller, and then you're going to be a little drier. So the notes are going to have more separation, and they have to be softer. All right, could we just try that? Just the accompaniment from the beginning. Ready? And. More full quarters. Bassoon, a little longer. 1. Good. Keep the air going. Don't get louder. Good. And then I would bring out the bum, bum, bum. Don't get too soft because we have to hear the cadence. Great. You got a couple of notes there when it changes key? Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. I would say in general, your notes should be wetter. Okay? That was awesome, right? Because now you're not competing with the solo, with the flute. Okay, could we do it all together? One, two, three, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Sometimes I go in a 4 pattern. Yeah, once they have it. But do you see how his longer notes gives you more of the harmony? Shorter trombones. Da, da, da. good. Good. So clarinets, you're still accompaniment, even though you have more notes. It's just embellished. The oboe is still the soloist here. So I think what you did is what we talked about in the beginning, changing your roles. Trombone's very nice in the beginning, but remember, it's the downbeat is low. You're lighter than boom, chick, chick, boom, chick, boom, chick, chick, boom, chick. So more dry, like the clarinets are doing in the beginning. You have to imitate that. Clarinets, sometimes your melody, right, and you shift. And in this case, when the oboe plays, you're underneath that sound. So don't play that too strongly. I would just encourage you, the oboe, to just make a little more shape. Yeah. So you can play this just a little more in 4-bar phrase and just have fun with that. Now at letter D, totally different character here, right? Lighter articulation, not like Stravinsky, da 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 da. More Mozart-like, da 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 da. Okay, let's try that at D. So, da 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 da. Yeah, he's just in a very low range. You don't have a trigger, do you? Third trombone? Yeah, so it can, yeah, it's fine. I think we need a little more first trombone to help him out because he's in a very low, you know, that low F can sound a little fuzzy, a little, so as much as you can pinpoint it and keep it short, that would be great. And then I think we want the first trumpet to play less than the second and third. In this case. D. Da, 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 da. It's almost like you're in 5/4, isn't it? So 2 measure phrases. So think 2 measure phrases. Here we go. D. Oh, you don't have the cornet parts, or are they over there? Da, 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 not just an articulation. We want resonance. Can I hear the people that play it? Da, 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 da. Ready? Go. Little more, match the note length on that last chord. That's the cadence. Who's playing the second and third cornet part? I shouldn't have said trumpet. You're missing? Yeah. Yeah. I would just have the other 2 trumpets play this. Just give them the notes. Yeah, definitely. It'll just make, very nice, nice adjustment. That sounds really good, really good. But again, we're talking about just note lengths. Don't get just focused on the beginning of the notes, the note lengths. So da, 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 da. Yes? Great. I think that's going to be fine. Should we go on?
Yep.
Or do you want?
Second time.
Perfect, perfect. Secondary here. Don't play louder than the pizzicato and the double bass. on, the same material comes back, right? If you felt like you're playing piano the first time, maybe it has to be mezzo, maybe it has to be pianissimo, right, to make the change. That's all right. But I love when you make that change and accompany them, it's fantastic, all right? All right, good. So this needs some, like, I think the tubas are playing some wrong notes in there. This is a little crunchy, so I'm not going to. What I would say, though, is I don't mind the two fermata here, but you're taking, I think, too much time on that. So I would go da 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 zun da dun 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 da da dum ba da dum, right? So just be faster on that every time. So it should still kind of sound in 3, even though you're doing fermatas. Right. And I wouldn't make both fermatas the same. I would go za da 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 dum. Sure. If you're going to do that, it just feels a little too stagnant. You want to keep that motion going. Yeah. All right, make sense? They're still playing notes shorter. So generally, when you have opportunity, what it is to me is just the front of the note, the articulation. I'm just encouraging them to play fuller notes, right. Yeah, and I think that's going to make a much better sound. Okay, very nice. Do you want to do just the end before we finish here? Yeah, coda. Spend a few minutes on the coda? I'll try this. Sure. Okay, here we go. This will be easier. The trumpet parts, the cornets parts, cup muted. How many of you are playing this? Just one. Okay. More timbre. So don't play too softly that we don't hear the muted timbre, all right? I heard you playing, but I just think we love that. Here we go, everybody. Right on the coda. 3, and. Last 2 bars. Da 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 da. Da, 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 dum. Do you think it should do this? What should it do? Yeah. So da 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 dum, especially in the last 3 notes. Let's hear it. Last 2 bars. 2, ready, and. Can I hear just the da 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 da? Those people that start with the quarter note. Ready? 2, 3, and. It's kind of there. I'm hearing a lot more of the person that stays on the same note in the tenor part rather than the people that are changing. So can you come up to the volume the tenor's playing? 1, 2, ready, play. Yeah, and I think yield a little bit on the tenor because your notes are staying the same. You're just adding some rhythmic intensity there. Now can I hear the woodwinds and trumpet? Da 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 da. 1, 2, ready, and. Ta 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 ta. That's not a triplet. It's not da 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 da. It's da 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 da. 1, 2, ready, play. Do you hear how we're losing it at the end? So you're playing really strongly. Da 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 da. All right, everybody, last 2 bars. 1, 2, ready, and. Okay? Da 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 da. Everybody. Seconds and thirds, and I would just have one of these guys cover so that chord is good, 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 good. Here we go. Da 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 da. Dig it out. 2, ready, go. Feel a force like whoosh, like my hair just goes, flying. My clothes are like I'm being filmed, and they have a fan there that's like this, whoosh, and I'm posing. Okay? Yes? Let's hear that last chord. And give them. So we play the downbeat, da 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 da. Boom. So you get plenty of air. You take the breath with them. All right? Here we go. Ready? The first part is okay. The rest of you, I would say that's playing about mezzo forte. Can you just play louder? Let's hear you guys. Not first. Everybody else. All 4 of you. Ready? Better, better. All right? I want your face to look red and for this to hurt a little bit. And right now it's too easy. All right? This is your moment. Let's do it. Everyone, can we just end on the coda and we'll be done? Here we go. Coda. Make sure the music drives to the end. And the last note you play should be nice and long and fat. 1, 2, ready, and boom. Yeah, so we have to tune that and balance it, but that's the idea. That's the idea. That was exciting. Great. Nice job. Nice job. Thank you. Thank you. Nice job. Good work today. It's coming along really well. Nice solo.
All right, hey, stay where you are, please. We are going to lunch now, so you can see a little bit. Listen carefully for directions. It is 12:30 now, so you are going to break when it's time, and they're going to send you out in the hall where you started. You're going to get in line for some pizza and snacks and stuff. You are allowed to eat anywhere in the building that you would like, except for in this hall and this hallway out here, so find somewhere else that you can go. Okay, please be smart. You're representing. Okay? So it's going to be
Can I just do my best Philly accent? You guys tell me if this is good. Go Birds. Go Birds. Okay, good.
All right, so hey, you're gonna get some lunch, and then at 1:30, and please keep an eye on your time, because I may not be around to help you find you all, so please just keep an eye on your time. By 1:30, you're gonna be sitting out in the hall. You get a little bit of break from playing after lunch, so you're gonna have your instruments. You can leave them to your please just be careful about where you're setting your instruments down. Make sure it's in a secure place where it's not gonna get stepped on or kicked or something like that. So you set your instruments down nicely. Get some lunch at 1:30. You are where? Here.
Well, welcome back. We have our students in the theater, and Andrew Hitz is working with them and doing some masterclass work, talking about musicianship and just his life in music. Always a big treat for the students. We had just had our dinner, and mostly much like we did yesterday, got to talk a little bit about some of the different things we're experiencing in our programs, and some of the challenges and ideas that we have that may be able to help out our colleagues here, and that we may be able to share with you. So I thought we'd just take a second and do some introductions, so get to know the people who are with us today.
I'm Dr. Adam Gumbel. I'm the Director of Athletic Bands and Assistant Professor of Music Education right here at the Wells School of Music.
Kendra Woywood, I'm the band director at Henderson High School in Westchester.
I am Dr. Hannah Morrison, work here as the Associate Director of Bands.
I'm Andrew Yozoviak, Director of Bands here at Westchester University.
I'm Joe Santinello. I'm the Director of Bands at North Penn High School in Lansdale, Pennsylvania.
I'm Stephen Andrew Lavich. I'm the Director of Bands of St. Mark's High School down in Wilmington, Delaware.
And I'm Dr. Mary Schneider. I'm the Director of Bands at Eastern Michigan University.
Cool. So we started just talking about all of the new or all the information that the clinicians were talking about with the bands during the morning sessions. So I thought we might just start with talking about some big takeaways that you had from the morning, things that you may be able to readily be talking about consistently with your kids when you go back home. Go ahead, Kendra.
So with Henderson, we're at a point where everything is playable. So we've got the notes and the rhythms together. And a lot of what our sessions this morning were focusing on was a little bit more of bringing some of the expressive side to the music. So things like shaping phrases, figuring out direction of note and where everything is going. Are you going towards something? Are you coming away from something? Just talking about shapes of lines. We talked about a lot of balance things too. What is the most important part at any given section that we're working on? And how can we make sure that that voice is leading in each different section? So that was a big part of our morning.
I think something that we worked on that was really helpful was we spent a lot of time talking about things that aren't printed in the music. So some things that are implied and having the students trust their musicianship to do what makes sense musically, empowering the students to make those decisions that are going to create more emotion in the music. Talked a little bit about how it needs to be more artistic and less mathematical. And that was really helpful for our students too. I mean, I think they're executing the music really well, but there was an emotional element that had not yet been connected, and we got a lot of progress emotionally, I think, this morning.
We had a really great warm-up with Dr. Adam Gumbel, just talking about some fundamental warm-up techniques. We really started from the beginning and broke down what I do in our ensemble for warm-ups and just took it a step further and talked about 9-count tones and the attack, sustain, and release, just getting from point A to point B. And then along with that, just a little of the other fundamental techniques, just going through scales and playing and making sure that we're in tune and in time, and having a great tone right from the start. Even before we tune the ensemble, just getting everybody on the same page in terms of that. So.
Clinicians, what were some of the things that you were hearing that you really grabbed onto with the groups you had this morning?
Yeah, I think everything that the directors just said, I always try to focus on, I think we're all trying to focus on getting our students to listen more, because what we do is an oral art, actually. I think empowering them to make decisions that they can make within the realm of whatever you're rehearsing. So matching note lengths or just getting them to pay more attention to the listening, either if it's a trio, the people next to them, or in their section, all the clarinets, or in the woodwind choir, or et cetera. And I think when you rehearse, you can do that just by bringing attention to, can you listen to the fade of the suspended cymbal and match that, or you can constantly be drawing the students' attention to listen to different things, which the directors or that I've worked with are doing, obviously. So that's working, but I think that's always sort of what role are you playing in the ensemble at any time is what we talked about, because I think students tend to play block dynamics. If something says forte, then everyone plays what they think is forte. But they have to make artistic decisions about, let me help my friend who's playing this part, the melody, let me play less. And percussion can always enhance what's happening in terms of phrasing, et cetera. So they're really responsive and able to do that. I think it's just when they're able to make those decisions, they take more ownership of them. And then they're happening, the goal is that they're not just recognizing it, but that they're actually making adjustments while they're playing. Yeah.
We started with Sal's group, as he was saying, really like fundamentees, the in tone, in tune, in time, and in touch. The what of the music, the when of the music, and really breaking things down so that everybody understands their responsibilities and then their individual responsibilities, and then can take the time in the ensemble rehearsal to connect with each other and try to ensure that we all have the same approach, a congruent approach to attack, sustain, and release. And then we did a lot of audiation with that group as well, hearing it before we bring it into the world, understanding what it's supposed to sound like, what we want it to sound like, and then figuring out different ways to make those sound, to bring those into existence. And I would say with Joey's group, it was a lot of conversation and a lot of experience with just the idea of motion and emotion. So if we want this to be an emotional experience for ourselves, we want to make sure that we're putting more motion into the music, whether it's physical motion or direction to line. Really, the more motion that we inject into the music, the more emotion we're going to to elicit from the group, but then also from the audience, which is really one of the big goals that we have here. So there was a lot of conversation about motion, a lot of actual movement, and spent a lot of time too talking about the musicality, not just of sounds, but of silence, and creating and generating different types of silence that is going to, again, contribute to what the overall feel of the piece is supposed to be, and really help to make the sounds more meaningful. If we inject the silences with more meaning, it's going to make everything everything else just feel like it's at a higher level and that next level of maturity. And so it was two great sessions, and looking forward to hanging out with Kendra and the Hendy band here after this conversation.
Yeah, along the same lines, we've been talking about engaging the ears. I think that was a big theme of the morning. And we looked at modeling and kind of how we can use that within an ensemble rehearsal. Worked with your oboists a lot just to model what it looks like to play a line connected. It was fun to see the students engage around your oboists, get excited about the growth, and then also copy and paste to their own playing. And then we talked too about modeling of professional musicians, just the access these kids have to so much media around them. So giving them actual names rather than random YouTube search to hey, that can be dangerous. Yeah, that can be dangerous. Yeah. Go check out these performers, take a listen. The more you know what it can be, the more you can actually keep growing to that point. And so I think that was really helpful for these students to feel inspired in that way.
The ensemble communication conversations that I was able to observe going through the different rooms was pretty incredible. I noticed that in a couple different instances, clinicians were encouraging the musicians to move in different ways. You want to talk a little about that? What did you observe with that, Joe?
Then
Yeah.
maybe Mary could jump in.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dr. Schneider said they looked like they were at an English tea party, but we were playing this like halftime funk breakdown in the James David piece. So, yeah, I think that was a really great observation. And, you know, we want the students to experience the art in its fullest capacity. And it feels good to move. I mean, it feels good to sound great and to play great music, but it feels good to move to that music too. And I think the kids sometimes just need to know that that's okay. It's okay to do that. And if we're talking about trying to create emotion with our audience, the audience will be sympathetic to that. If the audience hears and sees emotion coming off of the ensemble, it's contagious. And I think it just leads to a better performance and a better experience for everybody, audience and band.
Absolutely. I think it's important not to choreograph things. I think it's natural, and that's the ultimate. We talked about breath in terms of, if you watch players, even string players in a string quartet, they don't need air, but they will breathe to make sure that they all come together. It's a similar idea. So when even though we're in oral art and we're listening, if you're not doing a recording session, you have an audience that's watching. It's okay for them to know you're enjoying making music. It's okay for them to kind of be part of that drama. Or if on the other end of it, it's a very poignant moment, just kind of responding in a human way to what we're doing, and we're not machines. So just encouraging. I think you're right. They can be concerned about that, like who's watching me, and they want to get small. But I think the more comfortable they are with that, they can just sort of open up and loosen up. I think it just adds to the music, as Adam was saying.
Yeah, you can start to program, and I don't know, it's always, where do I start with this? And you watch some ensemble, you watch some groups, watch a lot of the top groups, like Japanese wind ensembles, who are just moving. It almost seems choreographed, but it's not. They're just that well connected, and where do you start with that? You don't want to do like marching band choreography up there. That's not what it's all about. And I really think that if you install a system during your foundations routine, as you do those 9-count tones, yes, we're all going to say breathe together, play together, but I've just been saying breathe together, move together, play together. And if we're not moving, not only is it important with the motion of the music, but it's just like, what do you want to do? You want to get connected at the beginning of the rehearsal. You want to heighten the probability of connection throughout the performance. So let's sit the same way. Let's put our instruments up the same way. And let's, at the very least, bring sound into existence with breath at the same time. So just a way to start, with this nonverbal, just visual communication. If you're going to pass an F around the room at the beginning of rehearsal, have the tuba players put their instruments up, move together, and come in together. And then build up from the bass voice, have the low reeds, move together, play together, euphonium players, move together, play together. And what we'll do is like, hey, if we don't come in together, that's cool. It doesn't mean we're sick, evil human beings. It just means that we weren't connected at that point. So, okay, cool, let's just stop playing and then reconnect. Like our concert band trombone section all the time, like they have a hard time coming in together for some reason on the first time, so they just stop, put the horns down, put them back up, and then boom. And if they get used to that movement and that breath in that moment, it's going to translate to other elements of the music. Their entrances are going to be more together. They are going to get used to visual connection and that motion. And that does manifest itself into additional movement in the piece. And I think that's, if you're looking for a systematic way to just sprinkle it in, just put it in at the beginning of your ensemble rehearsal and insist that everybody just move together. It's not like, bow, it's not that. It's just a little breath and an attack. And please make sure the percussionists do it too. Every percussionist should be breathing with the wind players.
I think that it came up a couple of times in both sessions this morning with me, is like, if the conductor does less, they will do more. Mm-hmm. And there's so many times where I really shouldn't be doing as much as I'm doing. And we did a couple of reps of some segments where we didn't have any conducting at all. A, they were fine. And B, they relied on each other more. And they created more connection. And they kind of just start to move more because they have to. And I thought that was, really effective.
Yeah, exactly. And it also frees you up as a conductor to really conduct where you want to make a difference, where you want to influence things rather than keeping time, you know? So that's important. That gives you more creative license. But yeah, I agree completely with the breath and the movement, and that's a terrific way to do it because it's just connecting the humanness of what we do. And I even do an exercise with young students where we just focus on them listening to the people on each side of them and breathing together. And then they can do it, they can start a piece by themselves, and then I'll even have them close their eyes and do it. Just wait till the room's silent and just play when they think they should play. The first time never works because no one wants to step in the silence, but I just remind them they all have to be leaders when you do that. They can't wait for someone else and then react. They all have to be leaders, and they have to have enough confidence and courage to lead in that. So when their eyes are closed, if they can do it and then they experience, wait, this is together, you know, rather than you're not watching the baton, play now. That doesn't work. The more they do that, it's not going to be together. So I can't agree more with that, yeah.
Yeah, I think, talking to you about silence, as you mentioned earlier, and exactly what you just said, this idea, too, that students are invested not only when they're playing, but when they're not playing. And whether that looks like, we've been talking about, the subtle move during a groove, and how much that can it can encourage musician to musician, but also engage the audience. So I think just allowing movement to be something as organic as possible, right, as we're kind of teaching the students, and then let it to be a reflection of, I'm invested in every bit of this piece from the start to the end of it.
They almost have to be tap into themselves as children, right? Because children would move naturally when they were little. They wouldn't be questioning it. And so if they kind of tap into that playfulness or whatever is in the appropriate mood, that helps a lot too. Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed. So there were sections where, at least in Joey's group, we were encouraging him to step back a little bit, right? To allow the band to just play. So when you weren't conducting, who had time? Like, who was taking care of that?
Well, I think it's important for the students to figure that out. Like, sometimes it's the hi-hat player on the James David piece, or sometimes it's got to be tubas, or sometimes it's, horns. So it actually opens us up to a conversation that encourages more listening. Where is time coming from in this particular segment? And so it was good for me to ask that same question. It's not coming from me. It shouldn't be. So it was good for me to kind of think about, okay, where are they getting time from right now because I'm not involved? And how can I then bring that to their attention and direct that listening that way? So,
Did that influence them at all? Like, were they more active in how they were communicating with each other?
yes, they played so much better the moment I got off the podium. So it's just great. I don't know. Sometimes you forget that that you have these 40 or 50 kids, and they're really well trained, and they're artists, and they just need to sometimes be left alone to make art. And then it frees you up to listen. Mm-hmm. And you notice things you never heard before, or little balance issues, or some inaccuracies in rhythm. And it frees up your ears when you're not worrying about where the 5/4 thing is. And,
All right, so the programs we have represented today are all at very different levels of development in their program. So I guess one thing that I was thinking as I was going in and out of the different rooms was you're going to have this great day. You're going home with a lot of fantastic ideas. What's next? Like, for you as the person with the vision for your program, what's the next step you want to take within your ensemble?
Yeah, I think for us, we've made some changes to our schedule a little bit in the last few years that has allowed the ensemble to spend a lot more time together and rehearsing as an ensemble. So we've kind of gotten to that point now where we're able to hone those ensemble skills, which is something that was maybe a little bit more last minute in the past as we got close to a concert. So I think for us, it's just continuing to push as an ensemble to see where we can get as we continue to grow in numbers also, and round out like all the different sections of the band. I'm excited to see where we can go in developing some of those ensemble skills to keep pushing.
Nice. Sal?
I got to say, as a smaller ensemble, we have about 16 members, and going through a few changes with directors in the past, the students really didn't have a performance venues outside of the school. So we would have our winter concert and then we would have our spring concert, and that was about it. We didn't do anything else, and it was just very basic repertoire as well. So I think this year, just having the ensemble get out and play at multiple venues, it started out being super awkward and just the kids, like, what do we do? Where do we go? And now it's just like, oh yeah, we're going to this place and performing, and we're just gonna, have a bunch of experts talk to us and gather as much as you can, and then we go out and do different adjudications and events and just make ourselves present in the world and kind of get out of our little bubble of Delaware and in our little school. So that's been super helpful, just being here and hearing different experiences and sharing some different things with different groups.
I think a few things. I mean, one, very simply, just continuing to come and do things like this that are non-competitive, that remind me why I love teaching band and remind these kids why they love being in band. I mean, that's really important to continue this, especially in a world that seems like increasingly competitive and all about scores and numbers and things like that. And this kind of stuff is really important. We have 3 concert bands at my school, and one of the long-term goals is to continue to build the depth and quality of the program so that our second and our third bands are offering kids a really exceptional experience. That's really important to me. And also to continue to shape the program in a way that highlights what band and music offer the kids that they can't get anywhere else. So really digging into the artistry and the emotional elements of this activity, so that they can recognize why it needs to be part of their school day, why it needs to be part of their life when they leave high school, because it really does give them something that they're not getting in some other class. And I'm sure everyone would agree here, the kids are being pulled in a lot of different directions. High school is increasingly more high stakes and competitive and whatever, and we want them to not even have to think about it. Of course I would be in band. It's the only place I can get this feeling. So to continue to highlight that part of the activity for the kids, I think is important.
You mentioned the couple different levels, couple different bands at your high school, a very large high school, right, Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how are you all able to connect what you're doing in these top ensembles at your school, not only with the other musicians who may be in the high school, but with the rest of your program? How are you making connections with the junior high, middle school kids, the elementary teachers, so that they're not seeing the end of their 5th grade experience as the pinnacle of their musical achievement, and that they want to do more?
I know for us, just as much as we can invite some of those younger students to our programs to see what we're doing, I think can be really exciting, no matter what level you're at, whether it's elementary or middle school, just to see what the next step looks like. Not necessarily in an intimidating way of, oh, look, this is the next level that we have to get to, but more in a sense of this is what we can be. So the more that we can get our middle school students to come to see our concerts, that's the big thing for us, is trying to get all of our 5th grade students before they transition to middle school, or our 8th grade students before they come to high school, just to see us as much as possible. We do a winter program every year with our whole department that we bring all of our 5th and 8th graders from the district out to see. And I think that's just a little bit of insight into this is what level we can get to, this is what we can do with our future. So making those connections is really important. We do the same kind of thing with the marching bands of 5th grade night and 8th grade night, just getting those kids to see what it looks like. And then our Henderson students, our high school students, have been really awesome about just working with the younger students, and I think just making those connections has been really cool to see. And I know I'm always very proud to see a lot of our upperclassmen that are just taking initiative to start to form relationships with those students, knowing that that's the future of the program. So I know that's something that is really big for us.
We have a pretty different situation down in Delaware. I'm teaching at St. Mark's at the private Catholic school, so we don't really have a feeder program. So, but along the same lines, when we go out and we do these performances and we have the marching men involved and everything, it's really just to show the students from all over Delaware. We're showing them what we're all about. So we have to really just project everywhere and show what we're doing and showcase the events that we're having. So it's kind of just like a little bit of a business, getting everybody involved and hey, did you see what we're doing here at St. Mark's with this band and the marching band's going here and we're doing all this stuff. So
we have a huge district. I think we have 13 elementary schools and 3 middle schools that are feeding up to the high school. We have 6 elementary band directors and 5 middle school band directors. We do a couple different things. One thing that's really nice is I have probably about a dozen high school band students that are seniors, and they get the last 2 periods off of the day, and if they have all their credits complete, and a lot of them choose to do career study. And a lot of them have chosen to go down to the elementary band directors and down to the middle school band directors and be assistant teachers with them. So we have a lot of high school band kids that are helping to teach elementary band lessons, helping conduct middle school band classes, and that's really great. Those kids are amazing advocates for the program, and they're super helpful, and they're really outstanding. So that's one thing that we do that's really cool. And I'll just bring this up because it's happening this week. On Tuesday night, we have a concert where we invite the 8th grade band from each middle school to come up and perform with the high school wind ensemble. And those kids in 8th grade are all about to choose their courses for 9th grade. So right before they pick their 9th grade classes, we have them watch the high school wind ensemble, and hopefully that is a little bit of inspiration to be like, I think I want to take band in high school. So that's coming up in 2 days, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I think any kind of mentorship, and anytime you compare an older student, sensei, senpai, big dolphin, little dolphin, anytime you compare those people up, with the younger students, it's helpful, it's beneficial. Just because it's, you want them to feel, if you really want a connected program, it has to feel like when you join, or at least this is something that I believe and we really tried to value when I was teaching in public school. When they join in 4th grade, they are part of something way more than 4th grade band. They are already part of this program. And it's not a if you join band in middle school, it's a when you're in middle school band. And it's not if you do marching band, it's just like, okay, we're just assuming that you're when you're in marching band, here's what it's going to be like. Here are the people with whom you're going to be interacting. Here is, if you look at belonging cues. I mean, the belonging cues are all you are safe here. So the sooner you can make people understand that it's not scary to be in high school band or middle school band, you're safe, and you are individually valued. So we want you to we want you, not just you like, trombone player X, but you, Bennett Gumble, my son. You are uniquely valued as part of this program, and you have a lot to offer, and there are other people like you in this program. Then what we do is important here. That's the third belonging cue. It's like, all right, well, and here's why what we do is important, and here's why you need to continue that study. The more you can do that, the more you can just shower them with those belonging cues, the better. So getting them immersed in that early on is critical. A couple things, it's like you do the 8th grade band. We used to have high school band kids go to every single middle school band concert. So it wasn't just like once a year we invited them to come and see us, which is phenomenal. Like once they hear your wind ensemble, it's going to be pretty exciting, you know what I mean? But from the time they're in 6th grade, all right, hey, our student leadership team, we're going to go to this middle school band concert, and all we're going to do is show our faces. We're going to wear our T-shirts or high school band shirts, and we're going to be there, and we're just going to give them words of encouragement as they go on the stage, or be around the band room and ask what needs to be done and what we can do to help. And as they're coming off the stage, pump them up, just so that we're part of their lives, and it's not just, it's like they already feel like they're part of the family, because they really are. Can you have your high school band kids write letters to the kids in middle school, multiple times throughout their career? Just like, hey, it was so cool to see your concert was killer the other night. It's great. I can't wait until you're in, we start training camp in a couple weeks. I can't wait until you're there, whatever. Like that, it's just those belonging cues. You are individually valued. You are part of something that's greater than, it's greater than you, and you are going to belong here. It's going to be the best thing you could ever do. Like, those little things go a real long way. So especially figuring out ways to do it. I think that the one that I think gets missed sometimes is that individual value. It's like, what do we do to make like that kid go beyond like,
I don't need a euphonium player. I need
right.
you.
Yeah, I need you, man. Like, there's this depth of relationship that is a data set, your student ID number, right? That then goes to your name, that then goes to your values, that then goes to your vulnerabilities as you're building relationships. So how quickly can we go from data set to name to value, so that eventually we can share vulnerabilities and be a real effective family unit together? So anyway, that's a really bizarre, long and winding road to say, like, the more you can put the older kids in a position to connect with those younger students, the better it's going to be for everybody. Sorry.
We've heard a lot of different repertoire this weekend between the last 2 days. Talk to me a little bit about the inspirations or your thoughts that go into programming for your groups these days. You want to start, Sal?
Sure. Again, as a developing group, we've kind of been stuck in the grade 2 realm. So we've been doing just like pieces to get them back and interested in stuff. And then I came across a few pieces just this semester we were working on, and one came out as a grade 4, and I was looking at it and I was like, oh, well, actually, that looks pretty good. Like, we have some good grooves in here that we could work out, and I have a great alto sax soloist that we could work on, and he had a solo in that song, and it really just clicked. So it wasn't about, oh yeah, we're at a grade 2, we're gonna stay there as an ensemble. It was, well, actually we could, we have some really great individual talents that we could showcase here, and I think this would be more interesting than just keeping like the band candy grade 2, really easy, really simple, really safe ideas. Just getting some diversity in there, and that was really fun. I think the kids really enjoy that above all else. So.
This question causes me a lot of stress.
Sorry, Jim.
It's okay. And maybe you guys.
You want to talk about the Giants instead?
That will cause me more stress. No, I've accepted the Giants for who they are. It's been a process. Man, I spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours every summer trying to choose rep, and then the band shows up in the fall, and I'm like, oh, okay, so we're actually this, and then I redo all my thoughts on rep. But I mean, I spend so much time on doing it. And one thing is, if we're doing like a conference or something like this year, we're going to play at the NAFME All Eastern Conference. So trying to think about what would best showcase our talents and our program for something like that, given the time constraints too. It's a 30-minute performance slot. So kind of started with that conference and what we wanted to do there, what kind of diversity of repertoire, what kind of pieces by underrepresented composers we can include, things like that. And then it's just about trying to think about stretching the kids, putting them out of their comfort zone just enough so that they can grow. Finding the right music for your ensemble is, I could talk about this for hours, but it's the most important decision you make, I think, as a director. The rep has to be perfect for them, in my opinion. and that takes some time sometimes. It's fun, but it's also stressful. Yeah, it's lots of hours.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time on it because it's so important. I mean, our repertoire is our curriculum. Everything that we want to teach, we're looking for music that we can teach those skills through. So it's a lot of listening and just hearing all of the new voices out there and just kind of getting a sense of everything that's available to us. And then when we see what our ensembles are, we can figure out where the needs are. So I'm always looking for where the strengths in the ensembles are that we can highlight, which groups can we grow, and can we find music that's going to grow some of those sections that we want some more time with, that we want to challenge a little bit more. And at the same time, for me, our ensemble's 9 through 12, and so we had a more advanced group than we've had in the past few years, so we're pushing to some higher levels than we would normally do, but at the same time, being a 9 through 12 group, we're trying to make sure that there's something for everybody there. So just variation of grade level, making sure that every student has something that challenges them and something that they can feel good about. So that's a big balance that I look for everything that we program.
I wonder if it's ever been this hard to choose rep, because there's so much. There's so much repertoire out there, and it's like, do I want to play incantation and dance? Like, yes, absolutely. But there's been like 45,000 pieces written since then, and sifting through those and finding like, what is going to be great 50 years from now? What's going to be the incantation and dance of 2075? So yeah, how I mentioned, it's overwhelming to choose rep. There's so much. Get this away from me.
Our friends at JW Pepper behind the camera just celebrated all the repertoire that's available these days.
On JW Pepper. We love it. We love it.
Mary, have anything to add?
This is also a topic I am very passionate about.
Giants,
so
or
I
the-
appreciate, yeah. Yeah, go birds. So, yeah, I agree with what you've said. I'm curious if any of you have, because one time a director had chosen variations on a Korean folk song, the chants, and I went to work with them, and their clarinets were not very good. And I said, why did you pick this piece? Because as you know, it opens with the clarinet section. He said, because I wanted them to get better. Mm-hmm. And I thought, what a great way to think about it. Yeah. I hear so often people picking repertoire because of the strengths of the group, and I wondered if anybody had taken that approach, or there's ever a time when you thought about it as that.
I think about it sometimes in terms of like concepts. Like my students are being bludgeoned with 6/8 right now. Yeah. It was such a weakness for us as a program, like 4 through 12. And man, do the North Penn kids, are they sick of 6/8 right now? I mean, everything we played this year was in 6/8. So there's some of that, identifying a weakness conceptually maybe, and really attacking that. We talked about it a little bit with maybe with somebody else earlier about with percussion. The students in my band in the top group, we kind of expect that they play all the different percussion instruments, whether they're more mallet inclined or snare inclined. And I kind of take some delight in assigning them to the things that they're the worst at. Yeah. Like, wow, you're an amazing drum set player. Like, here you go. This is the hardest marimba part I could find.
Keep them honest.
Right? There you go. So there's definitely some of that,
that's great.
for sure.
I find that it definitely keeps them interested. Like I was saying before, how like before we were just playing pretty simple charts, things that just like, okay, great, we have our concert, that was nice and easy. And now we're just diving into some difficult repertoire that the kids are struggling with, and it's been fun because they come up to me for help, and we have such a small group that everyone can just help themselves. And if not, we're working in an ensemble just in small groups, and okay, let's talk about that. And everybody has a different assignment to do and to work on. And at the end of it, we start by not being able to play the entire piece, and then at the end we can play it down, and they could play these really hard rhythms, and it's just a breeze for them, and they don't realize how much they progress until they look back on it and figure out that, oh yeah, I wasn't able to play anything but 4/4 in the beginning, and now we're playing 7/8, and they're feeling it, and they have the technique and skill set to do those pieces, because that's just the norm.
Yeah, with the top group especially, I think it's really fun for me to find things that make them sweat. Like, oh, okay, this is harder for you, and like it's sometimes you have to really dig to find something that's going to make them squirm a little bit, and I think that's fun. So
Absolutely. I mean, I think also with all the music that there's a lot of music that's similar. Sometimes is similar kind of in that category. So I think making sure that your program reflects a variety of emotion and a variety of different styles, and is not all 2D playing, and has all of those elements are things that are important. I do this with my group, my university group, always pick something that we can get right at the music right away. I think that's super important. Many directors, none in Pennsylvania, of course, but many directors, I think, choose music that's just at the edge, or they want to challenge their students, but they spend all their time with technique. And that's really troubling to get to that point, because I think it frustrates the students. You're not getting really what they should be getting out of the music.
yeah, I just went through that with my third band. I thought, oh, I'm gonna really challenge them this year. Here we go, and I put some stuff out in front of them that was a struggle right to the very moment we performed it on stage, and we probably grew a little bit as musicians through that process. But I don't think it was very fun. I don't think we enjoyed ourselves as much as we could have, and I completely changed my approach to repertoire with them for this next concert, and yeah, it's definitely easier, and not all grade 2s are bad. I mean, there's some amazing simple music, and that's what I was really finding for them, and I don't know, it's kind of changed the whole tenor of the class now. We're having fun making music, which I think is like kind of like a secret cool thing. So yeah.
And I think I think my university colleagues will agree. It's not a perfect science. Like I can feel what you're saying too,
I messed
because
up so
we've made
bad.
we've made the same kind
missed.
of the same. Sometimes you have a program that's just, wow, I'm excellent. I can't, I'm so good at this. And then another time you have a program like you overprogram, or you didn't do this, and you get through it, but you don't feel the same satisfaction. Yeah. So it is kind of a process. I think we all deal with and learn from.
I think about it as comfort zone and then growth zone. So what pieces are in the comfort zone for everybody in the group? And what pieces would be in the growth zone for everybody in the group? And then inventory all the different members in the group and figure out, is there anything that I'm putting on this program that is beyond, that's just going to live in fear? Are we just going to live in fear, and are we just going to be scratching and clawing the entire time? And that, if we're only going to be living in fear, I try to stay away from it. If I'm sure that, we're going to, like, struggle's okay, because accomplishment is at the end of struggle. That feeling of accomplishment is at the end of struggle. If it's only in the comfort zone and there's never any struggle, then yeah, it might have been fun, but what did we get out of it? We spent time doing it, but what was the investment in the future? And so if everything's in the comfort zone, then I'm not feeling good about it. If everything's in the growth zone, I'm not feeling good about it. Struggle's okay, and then I really better damn well like all the music, because I don't want to I can't physically get excited. If I can't get excited about it, then I'm going to really struggle to get students excited about it. And that's a weakness of mine, but that's also something that I know about myself at this point, is like, I know that I have to bring the energy into the room. I know that I need to be the one that's propelling this forward and getting them to love this, and they will love it if I love it. If I don't love it, then it's going to be a long friggin' concert cycle. So if it's got to be some in the comfort zone, some in the growth zone, but it's all got to be in the, like, I love this music zone and here's why, so that they're going to get something out of that experience.
Now, I think if your students need grade 2s and grade 1s, and that's amazing, and that's exactly perfect for them. I also think, like, for us as directors, to take the time within a year, and maybe I'm thinking about the summers where you're just sitting staring and listening to band music on repeat. When you have the chance to pause and go listen to something completely out of our world, just to reflect and be like, oh, right, this is what this pianist can sound like, or opera singer, and it kind of resets your concept of music. So then you can go back to, okay, I'm seeing the value in this gorgeous piece, and it's going to be perfect for the students pedagogically, but also musically, and also I'm more fulfilled as a musician. And so I think taking that time for yourself and just enjoying that process too.
Well, I am very grateful that you're all here today and took time out of your busy lives to be here on a weekend with your kids to give them the opportunity to grow, and you all as well. Gumbel always says that people are program, and I think that you being here is everything that's good about days like this, because we all get together, we all get to talk, we all get to figure out all the different things, all the different ways we can support each other. And grateful for you took the time to be here. Thanks, friends. All right, I am anticipating some applause coming from the theater very shortly. It's not for Saquon Barkley.
Sunday, babe.
Hits is going to finish up soon, and we'll be getting back to our room. So join us in about an hour, and we'll do our show and tell at about 3:45. 4:45, we'll start that, and you can see a little bit of the work we've done with the bands today. So.
Can you do that again? Hi, everybody.
I was gonna.
No, I know, it's fine. I can introduce, it's fine. Hi, everybody. I'm Adam Gumble. I know a lot of you from different experiences together. It's great to see a lot of folks involved with the Liberty Youth Group and Liberty Youth Wind Symphony. Liberty Youth Group's a different thing, probably. But and from different experiences around here, it's great to see those of you who I know, and I'm excited to get to know the rest of you here. We have a shorter run here together than you had with the other clinicians. So we do want to get to the rep that you're going to play for the show and tell. But I'm curious if we could do the same thing, because this is a beautiful warm-up, these 9-count tones. Can you do the same thing and modify the dynamics without you saying the different dynamic levels? Do you normally do that? Do you always say it?
Yeah, but I could not.
Don't do it. Yeah, try it again. And why would that be important? Why is that important? Forces you to watch the conductor, forces you to connect with the conductor. What else does it do?
In a song, she's not going to be like, piano here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we're coming up to measure 37, and Ms. White is like, piano! No, like, that's not what's going to happen, right? So it forces you to connect to the conductor, forces the conductor to connect with you non-verbally. And music's all about connection. I've been saying that in each one of these rooms. That's what it's all about. You connect with yourself, you connect with the rep, you connect with, with each other, with your conductor, and then ultimately the point is to connect with an audience, right? So let's connect non-verbally and do that same. I bet you it's even stronger without that verbal impetus. Go for it. Cool. Yeah, easy enough, right? How did the sound compare to the first time we did stuff? Was it good, better, or good, bad, the same? What was it? Yeah, it was, honestly. Like the connection, the quality of sound, the quantity of, like everything was just at a higher level because we were more connected, for sure. Do the same thing and add some gradient dynamics to the last 4 counts each time. Awesome. Yeah, that's great. That's great. So now we start to add dynamics to this, to these kinds of exercises. We can start to focus on tendencies that we have as we play gradient dynamics. What's the tendency as we play softer? Tendency when we play softer is the pitch is going to get wonky, right? For most of us, it's going to go flat. Some of us, it goes the other way for different reasons, right? But pitch is, we have to be mindful of pitch, okay? Typically, we play softer. Sometimes we slow the air down and the pitch is going to go south. So what do? We fight the tendencies. When we play louder, what's the tendency? For most of us, yeah, it's going to be to ride high. Okay, so what do we do in our foundations? We practice fighting that tendency. Becoming exceptional is about fighting the tendencies of average that we have. So I love the fact that you do this is this a daily thing you do? Like you do start every session with those 9-count tones? It's beautiful, yeah. And the more you could do non-verbally, the better. Do you ever divide the 9-count tones into individual quarter notes for style? Okay, cool. I don't want to take a ton of, because I know we got a lot to get through here, but I bet you're going to get to the rest of the how of music, right? You get some dynamics here, but then also, hey, I'm going to show you, here, do it with me here real quick. Divide, so no longer do we have one 9-count tone. Now we've got 8 quarter notes, okay? And just follow me. I'm just going to hop up here real quick, sorry. And here we go. Concert F. You know that one, I'm sure of it. Yeah, that's great. And you're just going to get used to. You come on back up. You'll get used to, or you take that opportunity to install your vocabulary. Okay, so Miss Woywood's gestural vernacular, the stuff that she's going to do with her hands to show you staccato, or to encourage smooth and connected playing, or to prepare you for double forte. You take advantage of this time to install that and hopefully get that default coding to be solid, so that when you're in the repertoire, when you're in something like the third suite, you know, when this means something, right? Or this means something, or bah, this means something. And so I do encourage you to play around with all kinds of stuff like that, because your group's absolutely ready to do so. Beautiful sounds. Thank you so much. Can we get to the rep?
Yeah?
Yeah, great.
We'll move on. Start right on mark.
Very, very good. What was the second warm-up you were going to do that I interrupted? Okay. Yeah, okay. What's that?
Percussion got a little
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's great. Okay, we sound awesome. The quality of sound. Hey, great sounding bands sound great. And you're making great sounds. That's incredible. We're in a really, really good spot. Has anyone else today talked to you? Well, actually, let me ask you this. What have you gotten out of the day so far? If I were to ask you to take an inventory of the things that you're taking with you and the concepts, the seeds that have been planted, let me know. Like, what's going on so far? Yes? Say it again? Shapes. So shapes, what a sound is shaped like, different shapes of sound. Great. So variety of articulation. All right, envelope of sound. Good. That's great. Okay, what else? Yeah?
When we repeat phrases, we should like change them up or do something with them.
Absolutely, yeah. We don't want to, anytime you play the same thing twice, we don't want it to sound exactly the same. Beautiful. What else?
Like blending into the ensemble more.
Okay.
Like
Yeah. That's great. Yeah, just pressing and blowing, not a great strategy in general. Good, 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 good. Okay, so yeah, making sure we understand our role. Is that what you talked about, like layers and roles and those kinds of things? Beautiful. Yes, we're doing so many of those things really, really, really well. Anything else? Yes.
Are you still like being confident when you're like making entrances?
Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. So coming in together after rests. Breathe together, move together, play together. Be confident by using nonverbal communication and then moving and coming in together. It's going to be really, really helpful. Okay, great. So what I was hoping to hear you say was focusing on how of the music. So you've got the what and the when clearly. You've got the notes, which is the what, and the when, which is the rhythms. And now, what do we really need to do to take the next to take our maturity level up a notch and to bring this music to life? It's going to be focusing on what happens around the notes, okay? It's going to be articulations and dynamics, all right? Now, your value system is clearly quality sound, playing in tone, and making sure that we stay in control. Is that accurate? We want to play with beautiful controlled sounds? Nice. I love that. Can we step outside of that comfort zone a little bit and push the dynamic in a handful of places, just to see if we can, all right? Let's look at a concert F. Let's just start there, okay? So go back to your concert F. This is a 9-count tone, and the last 4 counts are going to ramp up, all right? So think 5 to start, then 5, 6, 7, 8, release, okay? So the last 4 counts, there's a crescendo. Each beat gets progressively louder. Yes? Yes, good. Let's do it. Here we go. And nice mezzo forte to start. And we never ever colored outside the lines with regard to quality. Start right there on that 8. Start right there on that 8, and then do the same thing. Okay? So it starts 8 for 4 beats, and then 8, 9, 10, 11, release. And I want you to even explore the boundaries of quality sound. Here you go. It might get a little gnarly, but that's okay. Just, you have permission to make some weird sounds here. And big full. Yeah, okay. And look, it is not an offensive sound, all right? Our default coding, every one of our default codings, is to play with a quality sound. That's really, really cool. And I think that we can expand in the repertoire. I think we can explore different areas of the dynamic spectrum, different extremes of the dynamic spectrum, okay? I know we can. Look at letter A, movement 1, letter A, okay? And if you're if you have a forte marking and you're a brass player, anybody who plays dotted half notes at letter A, go ahead and play the downbeat of letter A, play it and hold it. Ask yourself right now, be proactive with this. Am I going to play closer to that level 5, or am I going to play something closer to that level 9? Okay? And your chances are you were thinking more like that mezzo forte. Play with a big sound. Let's hear it. And 2, 3, play it and hold it. It's such a good sound. Give us a little more, okay? And feel yourselves here. This is good. 2, 3. Start there and ramp up 4 beats. Okay, same game, 9-count tone, ramp on the end. 2, start there. Now, that's a great sound. Start there, play it right there. That's your forte. 2, 3. You went back. You went back to the comfort zone. I'm asking you to go to the growth zone. Okay, get through the fear zone and into the growth zone. Miss Woodward's not going to yell at you if you play too loud, I promise. Here we go. And 2, 3. That's the right idea, okay? Can we agree, and it's super hard to reprogram a default, by the way. It's really, really hard to do. There's so much coding that you have to sift through. right? It's really, really tough to do, and it takes more than just one rep. Oh, okay, great, we played that chord, now we can always play like that. That's not gonna be how it works. But if we know that we can do that, if we feel safe doing that, now all of a sudden, eventually, this end of the dynamic spectrum is gonna get a little bit higher, okay? And we're never sacrificing quality for quantity. When we get to letter A, can we agree, brasses, that that's gonna be the concept for sound and concept for dynamic? Yes? Yes? Yes, okay, then do that. Start at letter A, please, first time through.
Letter A.
Big sound. There are a handful of brass players who were really brave and did it exactly the way we just worked on it. And then there were a bunch of brass players who were like, oh, okay, the guy's not talking to us anymore. I can just crawl back into my comfort zone. That's not how this is going to work, all right? I'm going to ask you again very politely, please, that you are, if I had a whiteboard, I would write, you are cordially invited to play with a big full sound that just as strong as you can play right here, right now, okay? Please and thank you. Here we go again. Brass at letter A. Play the first note and hold it. If your part has ekant or erd associated with it, go ahead and play stronger. Here we go. Just play it and hold it. Ready? Again, breathe, move with me. That was a nice sound, by the way. That's the right idea. Now, keep that same quality, that same concept of sound consistent at letter A. Here you go. Play at A with me. And 2, 3. Cool. What syllable are we agreeing on as our default syllable here? Is it a da? Is it a do? Is it a di? Is it a ta? Is it a, what is it? Right now it kind of feels, like it's not defined. What are you using? What do you think? Yeah. I would just use a da. I would be real clear with a d, with da, 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 and be real clear with the front ends of notes so that there's no, so that it's congruent across the entire brass ensemble, and we don't hear anyone going ra, ra, la, ta, ra, la, la. It's all copy paste da. Yes? Yes, let's do it one more time. Here we go. Add the bass line to the mix here. And percussion you can play as well, just no woodwind craziness on top yet. Here we go. And da. That's the right idea. Yeah, that's the right idea for sure. Now, it's not about, we could spend a whole lot of time in this one spot, but it's really about copy-paste concepts, okay? So let's explore that upper end of the dynamic spectrum, all right? Let's take it, right now we're kind of here. This is our piano, this is our forte, right? Let's work hard over, not like the next 20 minutes, but over the next 20 days, to really set a new default, right? See if we can go to the floor and lower the floor, raise the ceiling, because effect is generated through contrast, okay? We want to make sure that we have that at our disposal. All right, go for it, wherever you want. A again and keep it going?
Yeah, let's take A, yeah, let's go second time through.
Great.
A, second time.
Da. da 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 dee, da 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 dee. That's right, okay. What is our default articulation? So tenuto, you already said was da, right? Okay, da, great. Play just 4 tenuto concert Fs. Here we go. Da, 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 da. With me, breathe, play. 3. Again, just 4. Again. What are we using? It's beautiful sound. What are we using for a default for this note shape? Did you already talk about this today? Okay, great. So what are we going to agree on? Ta? That's all right. I can buy that. There are some of these that are going to be ta. I'll buy that. Go ahead and play 4 tas. And here we go. Ta, 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 ta. Breathe. 2, 3. Yeah, that envelope of sound is different than this one, right? That's cool. Any other choices here? I like to say tenuto is lowercase d-a-h, and I like to say this is uppercase d-a-h, okay? Everybody say, just say da, 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 da. Good, now change the lowercase d to an uppercase d. 2, ready? Da, 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 da. Yeah, it's so weird how that works, right? Do that again, and sizzle it actually. So sizzle this. That's the right idea. Play that on concert F. Each note's just a little miniature decrescendo, right? And 2, 3. That's great, yeah. So it's not just a loud tenuto or a loud legato. That note has shape to it, which I'm sure you've talked about already today. But now we have, do you want to do ta or do you want to do uppercase D-A-H? What do you want to do?
I like uppercase.
Uppercase D? Great, good. So everything you see between E and the end, okay? Not every single note has one of these around it. Good bands read the notes and the rhythms. Great bands read around the notes and the rhythms, right? So every one of these has to have an uppercase D, all right? So start at letter E. I know that sounds insane, kind of, but it will change the approach, and it will help unify our articulation. If we all use the same syllable, we heighten the probability that the stuff that we want to happen is going to happen, right? Try it. Here's E. No chance. No chance, right? How do we know? Because we didn't breathe together, we didn't move together. Therefore, there's no chance we're going to play together. Try it again. Big sound. Do you hear the difference? Do you hear the try it again. Do it again. It's like so different. You hear that? Some people are nodding, which is awesome, and other people are like, ah, and that's okay too. Maybe your mind was blown by how much better it was. But look, because we had unification of that syllable vernacular, syllabic vernacular, if we just get on the same page with that, now all of a sudden, not only do we know the what and the when, but now all of a sudden we have tools for the how, which is what's really important. I'll be back with you in like a few minutes. Andrew's kidnapping me. So if you want to go ahead and keep it moving, go for it. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's cool.
How are you doing?
Okay, here we are.
Here we are.
Dr. Adam
Once
Gumble.
again.
One last time. Yeah, they're making progress.
Yeah, no, it's a really, really good band, and what Kendra's done with that program over the last few years is really, I mean, it's really impressive. And the trajectory that they are on is, you know, they're going to be they're in a real good spot, and they're only getting better because of the systematic approach that she has. It's really cool.
Yeah. You talked to them about getting out of their comfort zone, which can be hard when you're a soloist, but when you're in a large ensemble, it can feel like a very passive endeavor when there's one person that tells you when to play and when not to play and how to play, but you actually need to foster like independence. And yeah, talk about that a little bit.
In the format, the large ensemble format, there's one person in front of you, and you know, it can be very easy to enable everyone on the stage to wait to be told how to do something very specifically. So, and there's section leaders who might be, you know, someone who we're listening to or looking to help provide the pathway forward. But I really think that if you spend your time installing these like default systems with everybody, it makes everyone feel safe trying something new. So something like we're doing in there with the syllables, like, hey, does everybody use the same syllable for an accent? Yeah. They could probably, like, they could all play an accent, but are they all actually using the same syllable? Or are they all, you know, is the envelope of sound consistent from person to person? And it's like, all right, cool. If not, great. Let's just install a system for it right now, because we don't rise to our goals, we always fall to our systems.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Put them in a position to do the right thing all the time.
Look at you being all profound.
I know, man, it's crazy.
That was great.
Yeah.
Well, let's get you back in
It was the tuna. So,
yeah, it must have been. Thank you, Dr. Gumble.
Nice, good. Yeah. Sick. Good. Look at you. Nice. Great sound. Yeah. Hey, love the quality of sound and the concept of sound from all the soloists throughout here at the beginning. You're gonna want to you're gonna continue to work on how you want to say it. Hey, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. It's how you say it. Okay, so it's not what you play, it's how you play it all the time. So if you're the main character in the story, if you have the lines, you need to figure out how you want to deliver the lines. It can't just be to be or not to be. That is the question. Like, that's not a very compelling way to go about delivering your line, okay? And look, in an ensemble like this, you have to confer with other folks who are main characters at any given time and figure out how you want that line to be delivered. So, and I think there might be a good starting point here, if you haven't done this already, is just follow the shape of the line with dynamics. So as the line goes up, and it sounds like some of you were even trying that on for size a little bit, but maybe we didn't want to explore too much. We don't want to try. It's like we're afraid to color outside the lines, which is, I understand.
We brought a lot of that section down.
Great.
The other section, so I think they're figuring out.
Yeah, sure. It's pulling it into focus. Can we just hear the melody at B, please? And instead of dee da e da or whatever it is, can it be dee da e da? Okay, try it. Here we go. And 2 and Yeah, and this decay is cool. Yeah, that's it. Even just a little bit of a shape. It's like a little bit of sauce goes a long way. You don't want to drench it in sauce, but just a little bit of sauce is going to go an awful, awful long way. And now, hey, look, the accompaniment at the beginning, go ahead and play at the top. If you're a clarinet's bassoon, play at the beginning. And ready, and go, 2, 3. Lean forward a little bit. Good. Yeah, that's it. Do you hear, man, it makes such a difference. It's such a little thing, but you took 10% off the first note of each group of 2, and then added 10% to the second one, and that gave the music motion. You know, it gave it forward momentum. And I've said this to all the groups, but it's so true. The more motion we inject, the more emotion we're going to elicit from the audience. So the more emotion that we put into this, the more emotion, we're actually going to have more emotion when we play it. And the more emotion we're going to get from the audience, which is kind of the point, okay? Don't ever play, if you have 2 repeated notes, don't ever play them the same way. Just like you don't, with a repeat sign, you don't play it the same way both times. If you have 2 repeated notes in a row, do something a little bit different. Don't slather it in sauce, but just a little dash is going to go a long way. All right, start at the top again. Copy paste at B. First note softer each time. That's it. Good silence. That's cool. So hey, look, I don't think there's any, and I know you're concerned with time and everything too, like, you don't have to play the whole movement, but if you want to present some of it, you know, you could totally do the beginning for show and tell, like beginning up to D, you know, and then go to the third movement. You know what I mean? Because that sounds great. That sounds phenomenal. You know, and it gives the brass a little bit of a break before they have to crank up in the third movement. You know, is that cool?
Yeah.
Yeah, sweet. All right, and you'll play the whole first movement.
Yeah.
And then that up to D in the second movement. Okay. And then how about you throw some of the rondo out there? Yeah. Let's hear it.
Rondo.
Boy, a lot of uppercase D-A-H coming at you. A lot of repeated notes we got to do something with. This will be fun. Yeah, can we just do something though? Look, it's the same concept from before. Everybody just say the first 5 notes. Use a uppercase D-A-H. And ready? Da, 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 da. That's not what we played though. You know what I'm saying? I'll sizzle it. Is that what we want? Good, sizzle it. 2, ready? Great, and it has to be unified. Sizzle's a great technique because we hear the unification. It's really easy to tell when it's not together. Try it again. And 2, ready? Okay, now listen to me. I want to make it a little more interesting. And it's, again, just a little bit of spice on it. Listen. So it's got a little forward momentum. The first note, if we want to analyze it with math or something, the first note is 100%. Second note's like 100% of full double forte volume. The next note is like 75%, 85, 95, a hundo again, okay? Da, da, dee, da, da. Is it written that way? No. But is that going to give it more motion? Yes, okay? Go ahead and play it. Let's experiment with it and see if it sounds good. I promise it will. Here we go. And Good. Now the first two measures have a point. It's not just 5 notes. It's not to be or not to be. It's something else. Here we go again. And that wouldn't make any sense if I did that. It would have been hilarious. Here we go. And 2, 3. Yeah, great. It's a musical exclamation point on the downbeat of measure 3. So I would draw a love letter to yourself, because you're going to do it again. If I ask you to do it again, it's going to be perfect. Here we go. Do it again. Once could be luck, twice could be a coincidence, third time's a pattern. Here we go. First 5 notes. Yeah. All right, so look, it's not about the next rep. It's about writing a love letter to you. It's about next week's rep. Okay? Are you going to remember to do it the next time when someone says, hey, you need to do this? You're going to go, uh-huh, and you're going to do it, right? Sometimes we miss the part where we have to write ourselves a little personal, like, future you love letter. Hey. And for me, like with my groups, I would just say, hey, draw an exclamation point over the downbeat of measure 3. That's the point, okay? Or if I need to draw a crescendo in measure 2, perhaps I draw a crescendo in measure 2 to remind myself the next time I do it that that's something that we did together. Yes? Yes. 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 There we go. Good. Make it happen. All right, keep going this time. Yeah, good. See what I'm saying? So look, copy-paste concepts. Copy-paste concepts. Control-C, Control-V. Wait, Command-C, Command-V, depending on your preference for operating system. You got to do the same thing the next time as you did the first time. You can't be good in measure 1 through 3 and then sloppy, down the road. It's not allowed, okay? Hey, bravo. Love the variety of articulations. Beautifully played. Thank you. Start right at letter B. And don't like drop the ball when you have an opportunity to be musical. Here you go. Here's B. For the love of God, do it every time. Good. Stop. Yeah. Was that so hard? Just do it like that every single time. All right? Hey, who's the main character at letter B? Who? Flute? Okay, so flute. Go ahead and play your line at letter B. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. Cool. That's great. Main character. Okay. Is that a line that we've heard before? Yep. Yes, indeed. Okay. So yes, you're the main character. I like that. But who should the camera be focused on here? Someone who hasn't said those lines yet. Who plays something interesting at B who hasn't said the lines yet? Clarinets, let's hear you at B. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. You're so good. Play it forte now. Play it with both lungs. And 2, ready? Good, good. Put 2 pluses next to your F. Put 2 pluses there next to your F at B. And if you want to write a love letter, just say both lungs. Okay? Okay? Go back to A, please. A. Good. Take a pencil. Think about the measure before D. What would make the measure before D way more exciting than just playing a big, loud, dotted half note? I agree. Well, go ahead and write it in. Already there? Good. Yeah, that's the right idea. Okay. So, hey, take a look at letter C, or I'm sorry, the measure before C. What would make it really, what would make those repeated eighth notes way more interesting than just playing dot, 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 dot? Crescendo. Yeah, put some motion in there. Draw a crescendo in, measure before C. And again, you're going to do it the next time because, you know, because you're all brilliant human beings, but it's not about the next rep, it's about next week's rep, so get it in there. Okay? And there's another one in here, and I don't know how to describe where it is that we need to insert. Go ahead and play it C. Here's C with me real quick. I'll show you where, no, I lied. Start before C, 6 bars before C, that's right on. Da, da, dee, da, da. Here we go, the second version of that. Here we go, 6 before C, sorry, yeah, 6 before C, and Now build. Good. This is fun. Good. Oh my gosh. And some of us even started to copy paste the concepts. The measure before E. What made the measure before E more interesting? So many of us did, just building to the next phrase. Go ahead and draw a little crescendo in the measure before E. So you remember to do it the next time, just like that. Beautiful. Gosh, there's so much more interesting stuff happening because there's so much more motion in the music. Glorious. All right, go ahead. It's my world, or my world. It's your world, I just live in it. Wherever you want to start. D, great. Stop. Start the measure before D. Reps on the crescendo. Rock on. Yeah. Keep going. Oh, sorry. You're so... Hey, look, and now all of a sudden, we didn't have to say it. It was starting to become part of the default programming. Anytime we see that phrase, we're going to hit it. We're going to make sure we build through it. That's awesome. Hey, man, amazing. Piccolo. Beautiful. Yeah, good for you. Holy smokes. Yeah, shuffle away. Hey, look, real quick, And I'd love to go back for, I think we have a minute to do it. Yeah, we'll be all right. So look, at letter D, or I'm sorry, it's D3, main character, but who's the most interesting character? Who do we want the camera to focus on? It's going to be people going the other direction. If it's you, if that's you, you get to put a plus or two underneath your part. Ready, set, go. All right. It's going to be harder to hear those descending lines. You got to put a little bit more juice behind them so that people can hear it. Okay? A little bit more juice. Start the measure before D and keep going. You're doing great. Nope. That ain't the handy band. Let's go. More air, come on. Hey, do yourself. No, it's cool. So look, do you want to go? Do you want to do the whole thing, or do you want to find a stopping point? You could start. You could stop right on G2, or I'm sorry, G3.
I mean, we can.
Or if you want to run to the end, that's great. Hey, do me a favor, because I'm so excited by the growth of this group, and I'm so excited by the trajectory of this group. Before each one of these letters, and as I inventory all of the measures before a letter, a rehearsal letter, each one of them would benefit from forward momentum with a crescendo. Write a crescendo in every single time, okay? So write the measure before letter I, crescendo, go. It takes 1 second to draw a crescendo. Measure before letter J, crescendo. Measure before K, crescendo. Measure before L, crescendo. Measure before M, crescendo. So there's always motion. All right, cool. Want to spin it? Yeah, sure. Go for it. Yep.
J.
Hi, everybody.
Fortissimo, J.
Nice. Doom, doom, doom. Repeated notes. Yes, yes. Money in the bank, baby. Good. All right. When do you perform this for real, for real? April. I'd love to come in. I'd love to come in and hear it again. Yeah, if we could. That'd be awesome. Hey, friends, thank you so much. The most important parts of days like this are actually the most important part of any rep of anything is what you do beforehand and then what you do afterwards. Okay, it's how you bookend it. So what kind of goals do you set? What's your preparation about? And then what kind of reflection do you do? I'd highly encourage you, if you haven't done so already, think through each one of the sessions and then write, again, these love letters to yourself just to remind you on Monday when you get back. Monday? Who says that? Monday when you get back to band, you know, you can have conversations about this and you can pick up where you left off. And if you do it right now when the stuff's fresh, it's going to be a whole lot easier. You're not going to have to take like 3 steps backwards on Monday. You're going to be able to review your notes and go, oh, okay, right. Motion elicits emotion, so we want as much motion as possible. Repeated notes always have to go somewhere. Measure before these letters, like let's build through it. Because we just it sounded so good. It sounded so good. These default articulations that help line everything up, like do all that stuff. Those copy-paste concepts in music like this, or like throughout this piece, you can copy and paste those anywhere else in music that is kind of like this. Okay, and it's going to make it come to life a whole lot easier, a whole lot faster, a whole lot more effectively. So thank you for the opportunity to work with you here today. Hope to see a lot of you with the Liberty Youth Wind Symphony this spring. I think there's some information about that rattling around somewhere. And yeah, thank you very much. Look forward to the show and tell. Much love. Yes, of course.
You all done?
Okay, we are here for the final concert of the final day of the NBA Wind Band Symposium here at Westchester University at the Wells School of Music. Wanted to thank the powers that be at Westchester University for having me here, as well as Jupiter XO for helping make that possible. This concert is going to close actually with the Westchester University Wind Ensemble under the direction of Dr. Andrew Jozwiak, so don't miss that. They sound fantastic. Also, we're going to hear 3 very short performances from each of the bands that are here today. Those are North Penn High School, Henderson High School, and St. Mark's High School, and they've all been doing really great work. If you are just tuning in, then you can eventually on the YouTube channel find it was the Henderson High School Concert Band that was clinicked by first Dr. Hannah Morrison, then by Dr. Mary Schneider, and then finally by Dr. Adam Gumbel, and those are all going to be up on the WCU Band YouTube channel, and so you can find that, and also a couple of past years. But you get to see all these clinicians work with the bands, and then they come out about halfway through, and I interview them very briefly about what they've been working on and what they're about to work on, get a little bit of insight into the pedagogy, and it's really a fascinating look into both the teaching, but also just how the students are progressing throughout the day. We're grateful for our partnership with the National Band Association in producing this event. The National Band Association is an organization open to anyone and everyone interested in bands, regardless of the length of experience, type of position held, or the specific level at which one works. The membership roster includes professionals and students from every facet of the band world. National Band Association is today's professional organization for band directors, and it stands ready to serve all members of the association through a variety of projects and initiatives. In addition to supporting a national professional association for bands and band music, the benefits of membership in the National Band Association include subscription to The Instrumentalist, the official magazine for all students, individual, student, institutional, and corporate memberships, which is 5 issues a year. The subscription to the NBA Journal, which is 4 issues a year, 2 hard copies and 2 electronic copies. Almost all journals, especially the recent years, are available via PDF. Access to valuable resources, including the select music list, the concert band music and concert marches. Access to mentors and mentor programs, and support of young conductors and young composers interested in wind bands through their mentor projects. And any student that's listening can take advantage of the $5 student membership rate to enjoy the benefits of this outstanding organization. So thank you to NBA. Also wanted to thank J.W. Pepper, founded in 1876. J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. We offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, their digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, they offer downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy, and shop with confidence thanks to the Pepper Guarantee, satisfaction guaranteed or your money refunded. Also, wanted to thank KHS America. My appearance is made possible through Jupiter Band Instruments / XO Brass as a part of, in part through an educational grant from the KHS America Academic Alliance. I perform on Jupiter and XO Brass, and I actually gave a clinic where it featured me playing my XO tuba. We talked about a lot of things, about taking risks and courage and dealing with setbacks and burnout, and talked about practicing, and kind of wove in and out of both musical topics as well as the human side of being a musician or being an artist, and we talked about all of that. They were great, really, really good questions, which is always a good sign of that it's that they're coming from really great programs. So once again, thank you to Westchester University, Dr. Andrew Jozwiak, for hosting us and also Dr. Morrison, and I guess Dr. Gumble as well, if I'm listing them. And then also to Dr. Mary Schneider for flying. He's standing right over there. So, and I felt like being mean. And also Dr. Mary Schneider, who is the director of bands at Eastern Michigan. It's been wonderful getting to see all of them working with the bands. They have very different styles, but there's a lot of commonality in what they have been working on. So you can keep walking, just don't talk that loud. Yeah, you're good. You're good. So anyway, you know what I was not when I was a high school student at events like this? Quiet. Yeah, that is not something that anyone accused me of. So yeah, I tell them to be quiet with empathy, so not judgment. The kids have been working really, really hard, as have the clinicians. But we are about to hear, I guess the last thing that I'll say is that this event is a little bit different because it is catching all of these bands very early in the process of learning these pieces. So you're going to be hearing might be some movements, it might even be parts of movements that they are working on. This is for sure the first even remotely close to a performance of any of this. And a lot of this music made real leaps today. These students, we had 3 different bands last night, and then a total of 6 and 3 new ones today. But they've all had very long days. They're 4 hours into coachings now, and they're about to perform, and had an hour of masterclass from me. So they've done really, really great work. So. All right, that is me signing off for now. It's always I do this event every single year, and I will see you all again next year. But please stay tuned for these 3 wonderful bands, 4 wonderful bands, including our host band, Westchester University Wind Ensemble. And have a great rest of your day.
I told you the GAs were good, all over it. So hey, good day? Yeah, I could, I could see on your face that there's definitely some strong takeaways, and there's also a little bit of fatigue setting in by this point in our journey. Want to take a minute to thank all of the bands for being here today and taking time out of their weekend and a Saturday to come to our university, spend some time with clinicians, and figure out some ways to better themselves musically. Figure out some things, some strategies that they may be able to take home with them to help enrich their experiences and the way they go about their business a little better in their home schools. So special shout out to St. Mark's High School. And their director, Stephen Andrew Lavage. Yeah. North Penn High School and their director, Joey Santinello. I forget I can't do that. Sorry, Joe. And on stage with us right now, the Henderson High School and their director, Kendra Woywood. I know that some of you have been able to catch a little bit of what we've been doing already this weekend through the live stream that we air throughout the event. And I would really like to extend thanks to the J.W. Pepper Corporation, Frank Guardino, and Rocco Richardson for their support of this event. Jupiter Band Instruments and XO Brass for allowing us to borrow Andrew Hitz for the weekend and for him to be able to spend some time with us and serve as our play-by-play announcer out in the lobby. So thank you. And the great team of clinicians that we were able to work with this weekend. Our friend and guest from Eastern Michigan University, Dr. Mary Schneider. And the best teammates and colleagues anyone could ever have. Westchester's own Associate Director of Bands, Hannah Morrison. And Director of Athletic Bands, Dr. Adam Gumbel. Okay. All right, so for the parents, you all get to see your students performing quite often, whether it's concerts or whether they're on the road doing other things. What you get to experience is a back-end event. You know, they've practiced, they've done all the things, they've put in all the time, they are polished and ready to go. One of our favorite things about this weekend is it's a little different experience. This is we're just getting ready to go. We're at the start of our journey in a lot of ways. So what you're going to see from the next three ensembles, we just like to call a show and tell. We are at different levels of our musical journey. I know some of the groups just passed out some of the music they're going to perform this week. I know that there's another band that has a concert on Tuesday night. So we're at different levels of our preparation for this spring. And we're just going to share a little bit about what we learned today for everyone who's here. So the first group who will be performing for you, oh, you know what? Before we do that, this was found in the parking lot. It's a lovely pearl bracelet. If it happens to belong to you or you know who it may belong to, I will have it on my person until we finish. Additionally, if anyone who has been here for the duration has happened to find or come across a cell phone, one of the students lost a cell phone, and if you came across something and you could find me, I'll make sure that that gets returned to the party as well, okay? All right, so the first group who's going to perform for us this afternoon is Henderson High School under the direction of Ms. Kendra Woywood, and they will be performing portions of Robert Yeager's Third Suite. It's a three-movement work, so there will be some breaks in the action. Please welcome to the stage Henderson High School. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, so St. Mark's, we could start making our way up and around. They'll start setting the, getting you guys set, and you could help with seats or stands, whatever you need. Okay. Steve and Andrew Lavich. They will be performing Chasing Sunlight by Kate Nishimura and Chorale and Shaker, a portion of Chorale and Shaker Dance by John Zdeklik. The next group to perform for you this afternoon is the North Penn High School Wind Ensemble under the direction of Mr. Joseph Santinello. They will be performing John Barnes' Chances, Incantation and Dance, and Urban Light by James David. Yeah. Okay. Great. So the final group that will perform for you this afternoon is our own Westchester University Wind Ensemble. We have two pieces, or parts of two pieces, that we're going to perform. We just started classes last week, so we too are a work in progress. The first piece we're going to perform for you is entitled Parhelion by Roshan Itzadi. And we're very, very fortunate that Roshan will be joining us on campus at the end of the month as a composer in residence, and all of the ensembles will be performing her works the last weekend in February. So if you'd like to see the final product and a couple more of her pieces, Sunday, February 23rd at 3 o'clock in this very room, we will be presenting that program. The final piece that we'll perform for you this afternoon is entitled Bells for Stokowski, and it was composed by Michael Doherty, originally as a commission by the Philadelphia Orchestra, entitled Philadelphia Stories. And this is the final movement of that larger work. And what Doherty envisioned was Stokowski just kind of being out in Philadelphia on a crisp morning and walking by the Liberty Bell and seeing different parts of the town that are so iconic. Stokowski, if you can't place that name, he was the Philadelphia Orchestra's conductor for about 25 years in the early part of the 1900s. You will know him as the conductor with the white gloves who teamed up with Mickey Mouse in Fantasia. All right, so that's Stokowski. Stokowski, in addition to having a very long tenure, he experimented with a lot of different ways of seating the orchestra, different ways to get different sounds out of the orchestra. He was a very, very avid fan of J.S. Bach, so he did a lot of arrangements for the orchestra and tried to create Bach's organ within the orchestra. So all of that experimentation is going to be on display in Doherty's work as well. And for that piece, we're going to play a portion of the beginning and a portion of the end of that piece. And if you want to hear all the juicy stuff in the middle, you're going to have to join us on February 23rd to hear that. Okay. Thank you very much for joining us today. The groups who were with us, man, it was just so incredible to hear the progress and the changes that you made within your ensembles during the day. I can't wait to hear how the concerts turn out and everything goes with you with your performances for the rest of the semester. So enjoy the rest of the weekend, and thank you for joining us. Thought I'd give you a bow. about modern wind band music is all the percussion that's used. You heard that in the North Penn group, and we've got a little bit of a setup in the back for ourselves here. It's also time consuming because there's a lot of little Volkswagens back there to be moving around between every tune. So. Okay. Michael Doherty's Bells for Stokowski. Thank you, folks. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and have a great semester.